Peace, 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 peace. I am summoning my chat. Chat. If I say the sacred words and the incantations, I will summon my chat. Chat. I'm gonna say the ancient text. I've got huge titties and huge thighs, and I have a tummy window. I have said the ancient words. All that's left is for them to show up. Oh, hi guys. Oh, the ad's gotta reroll. Okay. I guess we'll be back after the ads. You know what? I'm just gonna run them now. I'll see you guys in a minute. If you're not subbed, it's fine. Oh, does Mixed Up need to reconnect? Okay, damn it. They shouldn't. Huh. Maybe I have to, like... That's weird. It was so weird, though, because, like... Because I'm connected to the router, I realized something. My model isn't going to have internet lag as long as my connection to my actual router is okay. So I could still fully use my model through my PC with my iPhone. But everything else died. So, yeah. I don't know. So it just tricked me up because I was sitting here like, well, I can still use my model. I'm assuming it's because they're connected through the actual, like, router to my PC versus, like... You know, I don't even want to pretend to understand how it works. I'm not even going to pretend. Because by all logic, it should not have worked. Because without the Wi-Fi, my phone can literally not do anything. So I have no clue how it actually does anything or how things work. Back. I think I need to refresh all my sources, though. Can somebody... let me try to think here. What's free that I can get you guys to poke? That I need to reset. Oh, Frosty. Yeah, Frosty's fine. So Frosty's good, but he's not on my PC. I think Mixed-Up, I need to sign or close and reopen so it'll work. So let me do that. Because the internet was down for so long. I think it, like, disconnected me from everything. So let's do that. There's that. Mixed-Up's going. Oh, Lurkbait. Can somebody fish? I think there's a fish channel point, right? Right? I did a channel point for it, I think. Okay, so need to restart Lurkbait. Okay. Lurkbait's in a weird situation. Oh, Lurkbait's not even up. Oh, awkward. Haha, I got you, chat. Teehee. Wait, no, I pulled it up earlier, didn't I? I swear. I swear it was pulled up earlier. Get scanned, Baron. It was all part of my plan. As the main OC, I'm actually the villain. Yeah, see that note up there? It's gonna be a while before they fix that, apparently. So, alright, so fish should be working now. What else? All my VBridger stuff is connected. We can't really test alerts, but I guess I can just refresh them. I can just refresh them to be safe. Into the void, chat! Time to go to the void! You guys haven't gotten voidies in ages. The void. I'll refresh Tangia just in case. Refresh cache. Okay. And refresh cache. Okay. That should be good, right? People don't typically... I'll do throne just in case. You never know. Refresh cache. Okay. And we're out of the void. Hell yeah. What am I selected on that's off-center my screen? Oh, okay. Voidies! I took your points and put you in the void.
No.
Alright, everything should be good. Nice push back. Hi. There's the nut, at least. Which lets 3 minutes it up, so that means it's connected to Twitch again. Cool. Nice. I should change my... while I'm here. Oh, but yeah. Does anybody remember where we specifically left off? Because I know a general idea of where we left off, but not specifics. I've been horny Estrella for a bit now. Oh, 3D model. Don't let me forget. I gotta check that. Where is my ears? Ear horn toggles. Yeah, there you go. Cool. And oh, I need a yeah. That was the first thing I noticed was that chat needed to be reset. Thanks for reminding me. Chat. Theoretically, you should be good now. There you go. You were saying something about ASMR. Oh yeah. So the big thing, chat. The big thing with like ASMR and YouTube and VTubers is the problem with like VTubers being a quote unquote unregulated situation of unable to perform age verification because it's an avatar. So what ends up happening is actually YouTube specifically, and this is also kind of, you know, my specific viewpoint on a lot of things too. But with YouTube specifically with ASMR and VTubers is the age verification. So if YouTube suspects someone of being underage, they will temporarily this is tough. If they suspect you of being underage, they might temporarily suspend your channel. But if they get reports of you conducting incestual content, which is why most of these claims for YouTube are sexual conduct. If they get reports for claims of sexual conduct and you're a VTuber and you either sound or look younger than 18 and you just have a voice or an avatar that is questionable age-wise, you are more than likely going to have those reports be viewed and held to standard. So they will go through and give you strikes for that. And it's a tough situation because if you look at a lot of the ASMR VTubers that got bonked, some of them either do have younger sounder voices or their avatars are questionable. And There's a couple that don't fit into this category, but they seem like the minority. And in that sense, you can chalk it up to maybe the person didn't like VTubers, or maybe the person doesn't like ASMR, or maybe the person was lazy and they didn't give a shit. But there's a lot of instances of YouTube channels with VTubers that either sound or look younger, vocally sound younger, or visually look younger in their model. So it causes some issues when it comes to regulating content. So if someone gets enough reports for sexual misconduct or whatever for a YouTube channel, and a person goes and looks at that, it puts it into a really shitty gray area where they're like, well, I can't guarantee that this person is over 18. They don't sound like they're over 18, or their avatar looks like it's young or supposed to present as a child. So their policy is better safe than sorry, and they are required to follow through with it, even if the person who hosts the channel is over 18. They can't guarantee that the person who hosts the channel is the same person behind the avatar, which is where a lot of shit happens. Bonk first, ask questions later. Okay, yeah, because they think it's child endangerment. It could be a minor and a child safety concern. So they're actually, they're way more cautious about that shit than I am, and I have trauma, so... their whole thing is better safe than sorry, and they have to operate like that because they're such a massive platform. If they were smaller, and I say smaller in quotation marks, like Twitch is smaller to a degree, but because Twitch is manually reviewed, your fate is kind of in the hands of the person that's reviewing it, unfortunately. And they don't seem to dismiss any other predetermined biases before evaluating the odds. And the other issue, there's some issues with stuff, at least with YouTube's new system. If you just get like one issue, or they demonetize a video, you can appeal it and they'll give you the timestamps where the issue lies. I wish that you didn't have to appeal it to get the timestamps, but they'll give you the timestamps for where you can go look in the VOD to be like, oh, this 30-second period is where we had a problem. And then you can be like, oh shit, oh, that makes more sense now. Or like, wait, there's nothing here. What? I get their logic, but it's still, it's 100%. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's a really shitty spot that if you look at VTubing from a corporate standpoint, as someone who has to manage between like copyright, IP laws, so copyright laws, IP laws, child safety laws, and a bunch of other things, it is really, really fucking difficult to create a foolproof system where no one gets hurt. And it sucks. Like I said, the only thing they could really do with VTubers, and I don't think any of us would feel comfortable with this, because even Iron Mouse was like, I'm not sending you bitches information. Like, no, go fuck yourself. But when it comes down to verification, the only thing they could really feasibly do is to have you submit a video. And it's getting so hard for this shit now, too. The only logistical thing that they could possibly do with VTubing accounts is to have you submit a video of you talking. And in Cotton's case, in all the different voices you might use during stream. Because the problem with Cotton in particular is that while her model doesn't look younger and she doesn't necessarily sound younger, her voice acting skills do. Like, she sounds younger in certain voices that she puts on. And that's where I think Cotton might have gotten screwed. Personally. That's the only thing I can think of. Either that or somebody just really doesn't like her. And that's the only... Because like I said, there's minorities. There's minorities and there's like, you know, what is true for all may not be... Or what's true for some may not be true for all. So it's one of those situations like, we don't know for sure and we never really will. It would be too messy. At the end of the day, it would still depend on the person reviewing it. Yeah, which is like, screwed for being too good. But that's kind of the thing is like Cotton may be one of the minority cases, but it also could have been an instance where she sounded younger during a segment because of her voice acting. And that put YouTube into a position of being like, well, we can't take a risk here. Like, it's similar with like TikTok. Like, I never once got bonked on TikTok for my content because my model and my voice sound like I'm over 18. However, it's not to say that this model wouldn't get bonked because it might look young. I do think, I don't know if anybody else feels it, but when I first got this model done, I was like looking and I was like, I feel like I'm going to be put into such a Moe Gap situation. Because there's this cute, adorable, breedable anime girl model, and then I start talking, and it's me. It's me. So I was really self-conscious when I first got it, because I was like, oh, everybody's going to be like, you don't fit your model. Your voice is too deep for your model, or XYZ, and I'm just going to be like... So yeah, it doesn't excuse. It doesn't excuse anything. And most of the things that I say, and I want everybody to always remember this, a lot of things I say when we have these conversations are me just like going through the logic. It's not necessarily me playing devil's advocate because I don't think any of it's okay. Like, I know some people tried to play devil's advocate with Cinder, and it's like, it's not your place to play devil's advocate in this situation because it's not your situation to play devil's advocate for. Visually, just a little guy vocally, the dick snatcher. And they're hyper aggressive about that stuff with ASMR specifically, non-ASMR voice acting that gets lewd or inappropriate for kids by a VTuber model that looks or sounds underage doesn't get targeted nearly as much. You also have to keep in mind that the ASMR content and Blue Twitch content are very controversial content to participate in, which is shitty. It shouldn't be that way. It really shouldn't. It shouldn't. ASMR should not be something that people think is cringe or gross and go out of their way to be the downfall for all ASMR artists. It's so weird. Like, Blue Twitch, okay, here's the thing with Blue Twitch. We've talked about this a few times. I don't think it's okay for people to completely change their view of somebody because they do Blue Twitch or send them hate or crash out or any of that stuff. But like, I can see where the brain is. And like, it's 100% fine if it's not your content or cup of tea and you just quietly move on. But to make it your mission to like make sure that VTuber or creator knows that you think less of them and that they're doing something horrible by making Blue Twitch content, that's crazy. And it's the same with ASMR. It's the exact same with ASMR, where people think that like if they're Oshi made to ASMR, they're gross. Or it's like, I don't like ASMR, so you can't do ASMR. Or like, you becoming an ASMR artist is like literally the worst thing that could ever happen. You're ruining my life right now. Like, I didn't hate ASMR in the beginning. I just didn't get it. Like, I probably like T-Steel a little bit about it, but I didn't like sit there and go like, oh, you're so... I wasn't shitting on him for it. I also didn't know that GFE existed. And he didn't listen to GFE. So I was just like, I wasn't judging him for that. I was just like, oh, you listen to silly noises and people whispering in your ear to fall asleep. That's kind of weird, don't you think? And then Birdie started doing ASMR. And it was during a stream one day that I was like watching her normal stream. And then she did ASMR and I was like, oh, this is it? Why was everybody making it sound like it was so fucking weird? And then later on, I found out about GFE. But even then, I don't see why people judge people for doing GFE or other things. It's like there's obviously a need for it. And it obviously helps people. So, like, stop caring so much. One of her character voices that sounds young is literally named. And YouTube gives zero shits because it's not ASMR. Yeah. Never watched Blue Twitch, but I do watch regular Twitch for people and creators who are on there. Yeah, Blue Twitch should never like affect your content, and it shouldn't affect how people consume your content. But I have a very it's hard. Like if you judge, I don't like the fact that people judge anyone for being on Blue Twitch, period, or consuming the content or anything. Like, oh, haha, you watch porn. Like, yeah. So everybody, like, I mean, I'm not going to say everybody does because I don't really watch it, but it's like a lot of people watch porn. It's perfectly normal and healthy. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. It's when it becomes like an addiction that it becomes a problem. And so it's just like, okay, aren't you doing GFE right now? Shh, they don't need to know that. Heartbeats, best ASMR. The market for it is huge. Yeah, we're talking about that. Yeah. To me, judging is fine, but voicing the judgment is not needed. Inherently bad, no. I don't think judging people for doing it is necessarily awful. However, I think it's really important to think about why you're judging them. Like, it's really not your business to judge them. Like, it's hard because judging is like a normal human response in a lot of cases, but it's not, that doesn't mean it's good. And I think it's really important that if you are judging, like if any of you guys are judging me for being on Blue Twitch specifically, I think it's really important that you take a step back and think about why. Like, what gives you the right, first of all, and second of all, why does it matter? If it changes your view of me as a person and as a content creator, then that's something that you need to work on internally. And it's not to say the judging is valid. It's to say that judging happens and it's going to happen, but I don't think it's up to you to like, because, okay, there's a difference. There's a difference between like initial responses and continued responses. If I got on stream and was like, hey guys, I do Blue Twitch, and like half of chat's first reaction was like, what the fuck, why? And then they stop and they're like, wait, why am I thinking that? Oh, that's silly. Never mind. It is what it is. And life moves on. But if you continue to have a negative reaction anytime it's brought up, that's a problem and that's not healthy. Because I think it's like also important to realize that you are the one that's participating in that judgment and you're the one that controls it. And if you're constantly indulging in that judgment and if you keep going with it, that's still a problem. That's still a problem. Because at the end of the day, the only thing somebody said it's like, oh, well, like I judge you a little for doing Blue Twitch. And it's just like, okay, then leave. It's literally benefiting nobody for you to judge me for it. And it's none of your business. So just leave. I was thinking more towards the initial judgment. Yeah, you're going to have like an initial response. And that's kind of where it's like, on a very, it's like, oh, someone tries out a new makeup look and your first reaction is like, whoa, that's a little crazy. And then they're like talking, it's like, oh my God, yeah, I tried something new. I think it like really brings out my eyes. And then you look at it, you're like, oh shit, actually, you know, she's right about that. It was just so shocking to see it at first glance and even really process it. But yeah, your eyes look fucking gorgeous. And even if you don't like it, it's just not your cup of tea. Like, you look horrible. Yeah. Like, it's normal to have those initial responses. playing a silly lewd game on an alternative platform to Twitch is basically the same thing as working the street corner for $5 a pop. And it's like, I'll be honest about, I don't know if anybody else saw it, but there is a video that somebody posted and was like throwback to when we were listening to Cinder's old GF or JOI videos here. And they were just like I don't even know how to really take what they were doing, but it was like 9 people in a call listening to her JOI video. And like one was laughing, one was like confused. Another was like, and they even put in the comments, they're like, for the record, this wasn't us like making fun of her or like judging her for doing this. It's just like really funny how things happen. And I'm like, okay, but that's how everybody's going to take it. Like, that's literally the first impression that everybody's going to have watching that video, is that you guys were making fun of her for doing JOI videos. And I will admit, it got me a little bit. And I was like, now I feel a little self-conscious about any NSFW audios that I do, because I'm not a professional. And I'm not out here to... this is just a hobby. To earn me some extra cash when it comes to Blue Twitch stuff. It's just for fun. And if it starts getting to the point where it's like, well, if it gets to the point where like I find out that like if I found out that somebody was doing that with my lewd audios, I would probably cry. Gooning with the homies. Yeah, don't even get that situation. First of all, I never heard of her before this situation, and why should I care? Oh. If you mean the whole situation with what she did, I don't think you personally need to care, but it was just the TLDR of why people do care and why it's an issue is because an artist was put in a really shitty position by a client, and this affects other people's livelihoods. It affects the artist's livelihood, and it affects their reputation with potential and current clients. And it put her in a really shitty position. And that's why everybody cares so much. And it's also just nice to know that where a creator's intentions lie, because it's good to know if you're supporting the right people or not. So a lot of Cinder fans were very devastated because someone that they looked up to and they idolized and they thought highly of turned out to not be someone who aligned with their morals. It was legitimately malicious career sabotage. Yeah, it was. That's why most people care. Don't get me wrong, there's extra bits that go into it, and people making death threats, harassing and bullying and hating and all that kind of stuff. But it's fine for you to not care as a viewer, and for you to support who you want to support, and to not, you never supported her, so it doesn't matter to you. That's fine, but it matters on a level to all her viewers and the clients of Nano what was going on, because then it shows people why things were going the way that they were going. And as far as viewers and people who consume their content, for a lot of us, we want to support people that align with our views and our morals. And so a lot of people found out that their Oshi did not align with their views and their morals. And so they decided to no longer support her. And that's basically it. Yeah, because I just refuse to change with the YouTube video. Engage with the YouTube vids that talk about it, thus I didn't want to get that stuff fed. Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, so it's you as a viewer, it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. It really doesn't. But as far as everything else goes, it does make a difference for a lot of us, because there's a lot of people that looked up to her and saw that friend group as like a goal and something that a lot of YouTubers, I mostly saw them mourning the fact that a friend group wasn't what they thought it was. In the sense of a lot of us who are neurodivergent never had that growing up, and never had that stability of friends that we could count on and that we could just lift each other up and support. And so a lot of YouTubers had it in their heads that when they got big enough, they were going to have that kind of friendship. And seeing this has kind of shattered their view of that. And unfortunately, it's made some people a little too scared to try to make friends at all. Some people are saying fuck it and still going. Silver's community found out why she stopped doing meet and greets for 2 years. Yeah. And the viewers and communities of each and every client that was affected. Yeah. I recently heard of one of the VTubers I follow say roughly anyone with this political opinion should leave my community. Kind of sucks to hear, but you do you, if your channel and your community, etc. Yeah, like the only thing that I really say is, like, to me, we leave politics out of this. What you feel politically is what you feel. However, matters of LGBTQIA+ are not political. That could be a mic drop moment, or that could be a hot take moment, but that shouldn't be it is used as a political pawn. But the rights of those people, and technically me included, I'm jury's still out here, dude. I love women, but also women make me nervous. But no, as far as like possibly like being asexual and everything else, like technically I fall under the umbrella, but not like fully. Like, I don't feel super inclined to fight for my rights specifically because I'm fine, but like fighting for other people's rights, yes. Women make you nervous too, yes. But the thing is like, it might be a hot take, it might be like a mic drop moment, but like LGBTQI+ matters are not a political topic, and I think they deserve to live their lives just like everybody else can. And if you don't support that, and if you aren't okay with that, then it's not. I don't know how to word this very appropriately, but this is not the best place to be if you aren't for LGBTQI+. I'm not saying you should leave, because here's the thing, like people being around others with more open views and more like people being around others with views that don't align with theirs when it comes to these matters can actually be really good, because it can help people see things from different perspectives and be able to like, girls scare me. Yes, girls super scary. Has been caught by nice, I got it. Anyway, but I'm not saying like, I'm not gonna shit on you, but I'm just gonna be like, I don't think this is the best place for you. Like, if somebody came in and like made any type of homophobic or transphobic or anything like that comments, like I don't mean like slurs. I mean like if somebody came in and was like, I just genuinely can't understand why people would choose to live this life. And it's like, well, it's not a choice. It's not something you really get a choice in. However, that view doesn't really align with our community standards. So I ask that you like either find a better place suited for you, or you follow by our rules. And that's kind of the thing, is like, I feel like we just talk about all sorts of shit, dude. It's one of those, it is really hard to navigate some of these conversations too, because somebody could probably come in and be like, oh, you're saying like, you're being homophobic because you won't ban this person that said like XYZ. And it's like, I feel like there's a difference between hate, genuine questions, and educational moments. And if somebody isn't okay of an educational moment that I choose to take with somebody that makes a comment, because here's the thing, 99% of the time when somebody shares a view like that and I use it as a teaching moment, they leave. So look, I speak 3 languages and some English words are slurs in my own. Oh, crazy. So I am super chill, and some completely normal words for terms in my language might be offensive in English. I have to keep careful of how I talk. I think that's kind of the thing too, is like that's where things can get really mixed up, is if like let's pretend the word is book. If like book was a slur in another language, that's just like unfortunate reality. And if the other language's word for book sounds like a slur or is a slur in English, that's also another unfortunate coincidence. However, if someone is using said term to speak about a group of people in a derogatory way, that's not a coincidence, and that is something that you need to be aware of. So it's one of those things of like, if you know it's a slur, and if you know it's I said these conversations are hard to navigate, but I'm so down to have them. It is really unfortunate if like book means a slur in another language because it sounds just like a word that they use that is a slur. And it's the same as like the other language's word for book might sound like or be spelled exactly like a slur that we have, and it's like, oh shoot, we gotta be conscious of that. But if someone comes in and drops the F slur in regard to somebody who's LGBTQ, that's a slur in both sides. Like there's no like dancing around that being like, oh, well, it's not a slur here. And it's like, well, that isn't really for you to decide. It's like, just because like people don't get on your case about saying it in one country doesn't mean that it isn't offensive to those people that it is directed towards. And you can tell what the intent is, yeah. If someone uses a slur as a slur and then tries to pretend like they meant it as anything else, you can tell, yeah. So it's one of those things of like, I mean, some racial slurs that would get me banned in most English communities are normal words in my own language. That doesn't make it okay, though. Unless you mean that there were normal words in the sense that they mean something else completely different, because unfortunately, it's rough. So like, okay, a lot of words didn't start off as being declared slurs, even in the English language, right? Like, but it's the intent behind it. There are some people that say slurs that don't mean them as a derogatory slur. But then it's like, once they find out that it's a slur, it's up to them to alter their behavior. Sup chat, hi. It's like, it's hard. Like if someone uses it in a casual way, I would probably be inclined to hear them out once. I prefer to follow Lumi's philosophy of just yelling at the word slur at people when she's pissed, in order to never slip up and accidentally say a slur, mostly just because it's a funny, yeah. But it's like, it's a hard thing to discuss because, like, okay, what's one that I can use as an example? One day people will declare slurs a slur. Here's a good example. So most of you guys know who the Romani people are, right? Do not say the other word. Bear with me. Just a yes or no question. Do you know who the Romani are? Yes or no question. I'm a very passive chatter, yeah. Either of the other words. I'm gonna say it. No. Yes. Also, people, hi. Yes. Okay. So if you do not know, the Romani people are, you know what? You could just Google it. Actually, let me Google it. Let me say it in the most like correct way. Who are the Romani? The Romani people are known as the Roma ethnic group, which traditionally lived a nomadic What is that word? It's really hard to say. Basically, they're just, you know what? I'll just use the most stereotypical example. If you don't know who the Romani are, think Esmeralda from The Hunchback of Notre Dame. There you go. We're not going to say the word, and I'm going to tell you why we're not going to say the word. Because here's the reverse effect of it not being a slur in one country and being slurs in other countries. The G slur that is used to describe Romani people is used commonly in the English language, and people do not see it as a slur, and people need to be educated. And it is one of those that is still in the very, like, quote unquote new stages of people finally realizing it's a slur. And the issue with it too is that there's a difference between Irish Romani and American Romani. The problem with American Romani is the very similar situation to white people finding out that they have Native American ancestry and going around saying that they're an Indian princess. So it's a very similar concept. So American Romani are not seen in good light by Irish Romani people because of the way that they openly use the slur and feed into American stereotypes in regards to Romani people. So American Romani are a weird subject and do not take what they say as the end all be all and do a lot of your own research on this one. I only know as much as I do because I used to have an Irish Romani friend who was from a very long line of Romani, and that's how I know about a lot of this stuff. There's a gajillion different, yeah. So, yeah, that's the confusing part, is that depending on their age and region, do still refer to themselves as the slur instead of Romani, yes. So the way you say it, never go to... I have an issue here, yeah. So in terms of recently, it's like the whole Inuit thing, yeah. So really had no idea about this. Yeah, so we're getting there. The other word I was referring to started with P, and it was used in a lot of the movie Snatched. I would have to look into that one. But I'm just trying to give an example of like the reverse of what Lenge is saying. So for a lot of US-based people, the G slur is not a slur because it's just a word that we've always used. And the way that it is explained to me by Irish Romani, at least in their side of things, specifically the Irish Romani, and this is all I know about, is that they view the G word as a slur because of the way it was used against them and their ancestors, and it's still used against them and their ancestors. And the mistreatment that the Romani faced throughout history was honestly incredibly, it is very heavy and very dark. And you will probably be really shocked. It's crazy. Especially with the way that it was depicted by, it's almost romanticized in America. Like the lifestyle and everything, which is like, we had like a show about it. We had like other things going on about it. Like, it's somewhat romanticized here to live like the Romani, like quote unquote lifestyle. So it's one of those situations where like here, it's a fight for a lot of the Romani to get us to understand they're possibly the most hated people in history. Yeah. But because that word was used by their haters, I say haters very like heavily, like by the people that disliked them for just existing, and because of the stereotypes that came out of it, it was used by the people that looked down on them for who they were and what they were and thought they were disgusting, and that's the word they used to describe them. So in their eyes overseas, it is a slur. And because we're dealing with a lot of Romani people, they're trying to educate people in the US and other countries to not use that word, especially in the way that we use it so casually. Because I don't think many people still use the G slur as a derogatory term because, like I said, it was very romanticized in the US. It's always been kind of... It's mixed. I don't know. There's a word that I didn't even know was associated with it. And I thought it started with a J. It actually starts with a G. And it's like the alternate way of saying someone ripped you off. I didn't know that that was an association with the G slur until like a couple of years ago because I've never had to type the word and I've never seen it written. So it was one of those things where like I didn't understand it. But that word is still a derogatory word. To say that someone did that to you is a derogatory way to use that statement or to use that word. And so while that word in itself may not technically be a slur because it's like an adjective, it is still derogatory to use it in the context of being like quote unquote ripped off because that's using it in a negative way based on a negative stereotype. And of course, again, just an anime girl on the internet. Take everything I say with a grain of salt, do your own research, talk to people that are involved in these communities and listen to them and go from there. It's close, but evidence generally leans towards it being the Romani. Yeah, all the people that declare themselves nomadic, but not nomadic, they use it as a slur because it's trendy and fashionable. Yeah. It's also used to describe fashion sometimes as that more boho look. I think the place is still taken by the J people. Hello, Strella. Hi. Hey, Light Magic Delaville. Delavi, sorry. Hope your day is going. I just finished an election in Canada, so I'm trying to wind down and see what's going on in the rest of the world. Heck yeah. I don't know if this is the best conversation to wind down with, because apparently we've now moved on to slurs. This is, I don't know, we have like a lot of like heart to hearts and general conversation about like different topics, and we just like to have fun with people. I read that one and that one. Okay, so I'm caught up now. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, so like my grandfather used the rip-off word, and I didn't even put it together until a few years ago, and then I was like, oh shit. I didn't realize I thought it was spelled differently. I thought it was J-I. I was like, wait, that's how you spell that word? Oh, shit. So it is 100% used in a derogatory way. And I think that's like the important thing to remember about a lot of this stuff is like, I personally have that word banned here. And I think I also have it banned on Ginger's side because at the end of the day, it is, I think it also got added to the TOS on Twitch finally. Like, I think Automod and Twitch TOS finally recognizes it as a slur. So it's one of those things where like people are becoming aware of it, but it is something that like people are still educating about and trying to get more info out about. People bye, so I'm saying goodbye and good night. Good night, boys. I hope you have a lovely day. I mean, I keep hearing about things that are supposedly offensive in places that I never knew. Yeah, it's interesting. It did get added to Automod everywhere, yeah. Another word that people used would be, yeah, that one and the short form for schizophrenia, those two are also the biggest issue. Okay, so it's not even necessarily that it's like, I don't know about that word, but at least in the case of like schizophrenia and OCD and stuff like that, it's one of the biggest issues is people using it as an everyday way to describe normal people. And it ends up taking away from... I can 100% give you guys the example too, because of blindness. It ends up taking away from the validity of people that actually have those conditions, so that when they go to talk about it, people either laugh or think they're joking or don't take them seriously. Unironically, it also plays into a factor of having a legitimate dairy allergy and being lactose intolerant. People don't realize there's a difference. And I say legitimate dairy allergy, I mean in the sense that, like, if you consume dairy, you bust out into hives and go into anaphylactic shock, or you have some sort of an allergic reaction to dairy, versus the lactose intolerance, which just means that your body can't break down the enzyme, or you're missing the enzyme to help break it down. There's two different forms of it. But I can give you a really good fucking example of blindness, and why using the word blind so casually and using it as a derogatory way, like, I'm never gonna say that blind is a slur. Like, that's not what we're here to say right now. What we're here to say is that you going around saying, haha, sorry, I'm just so blind, or like, oh, haha, what are you, blind, you dumb bitch, can't you see that? Like, that's not okay. Because, and here's why, it's not because it's offensive. It is a touch of offensive. There's a touch of offensiveness in it, because you're using it to shit on somebody. So that's where intent matters. And you have to realize, well, you think you're joking, it's the intent that you have to use blind in a negative way. Like, that's where you have to think about this stuff. And so what happens when people use it so casually? I mean, blindness is no joke. Navara is blind, and one eye, and he lost all depth perception, and it's really bad. Yeah, I'm gonna ban the word blind. But the reason by using words like, oh, I'm so OCD, or like, oh, like I'm, you know, SP-ing out, or like, sorry, I'm just so OCD about these kind of things, or like, oh, what are you, blind, bitch? Like, using it so casually in situations like that, or like using schizophrenia in a way of being like, oh, haha, I must just be schizophrenic, tee-hee, etsy. It's really bad in that sense, and it's not necessarily that it's just offensive, or that it's not even like majorly offensive. It's just making people take those with the actual condition less seriously. To the point where, like, if someone goes up and, like, I've seen skits about this, and I can use my own life. I'll use an example from, like, I can use an example from TikTok, and I can use an example from my real life. Example from TikTok. OCD. Someone organizing their silverware drawer, or their friend's silverware drawer, and being like, sorry, I'm just so OCD. And it's like, oh, you are? And it's like, yeah, I just can't stand to see things out of place. Ugh, just, you know, it's just my OCD. And then the friend is actually like, well, I have OCD, and it doesn't give me some magical organizational power. Like I have OCD, and that's the way my silverware drawer looks. It affects my life in XYZ. And the person's like, are you sure you actually have OCD? Because if you did, your house wouldn't look like this. Like, that's real life conversations that happen with real life people for $500, Alex. It ends up putting people in those kind of situations, or it ends up putting you in situations of, I swear to God, I'll just say, it puts you in situations of, like, when you tell somebody, you like go to them and be like, I've been dealing with a lot lately. It turns out that I actually have OCD, and that, like, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, that person looks at you and it's like, are you sure you have OCD? Because, like, I've seen your car, and, like, if you had OCD, your car would look way better than that. Like, that's the kind of shit that happens because we use OCD, so, like, words like that to describe mental health conditions so casually, and feed into stereotypes so hard that it ends up becoming a problem when someone is actually diagnosed with the condition. Because, like, dude, organization and like everything having a place isn't what OCD is even about for a lot of people. Like, there's different subtypes for OCD. There's different like ways that people like there's OCDs where people are like terrified of harming others, which is one that I'm not saying that I have this subtype, but I relate to it a lot. Like, it's the fear of accidentally hurting somebody, or like something, or like someone you care about, or like breaking things or whatever. Like, I'm absolutely, or like getting hurt yourself. Like, I get like images when I'm going down the road of like a stop sign, flying through a window and slicing people's heads off. Like, it's like, it happened after one of my eye surgeries when I was a teenager, and I know why it started and I know how it started, but it's just one of those things that I just deal with. And so, like, for people to be like, tee-hee, the intrusive thoughts told me to dye my hair, I'm just sitting here like, my intrusive thoughts made me be terrified that I was going to die in a car accident every 5 minutes. That someone was going to slam a baseball bat against my head while I'm sitting in front of them on the bus. That's what my intrusive thoughts are. And like, so that OCD can be, I have to wash my hands exactly 19 times before I leave the house. Otherwise, I literally can't function. Yeah, or it's the plugs. Like, you have to make sure everything is unplugged. You're afraid that your house is going to catch on fire or flood, or your pipes are going to freeze during the winter, so you constantly leave them running. Like, it's a barrage of different things. Like, there's like I said, there's the subtypes of people that are scared of hurting themselves getting hurt, hurting others, hurting children. Blech, that was a light change. Holy shit. But there's people that are terrified, and like, it's debilitating. For a lot of people, it's debilitating. Like, they will lock themselves in their room and not talk to anybody for days. But you did shut up. Thanks for that final question. Can't drive behind a truck carrying logs. Yeah, and it's understanding when it borders from like rational fear to irrational fear to an OCD situation. And this is why I don't like going into super deep details about like mental health to this degree necessarily, because it is very important for these specific conditions to work with a professional. If you suspect that you have OCD or schizophrenia or any kind of condition like that, it is very important to work with a professional and to be honest with them and to level with them and tell them what you're going through, because there's a lot of things that this is not something that you should self-diagnose yourself with. It can be, if you're not, it's one thing to go around saying you're diagnosed with it, but it's another to be like, like, oh, I highly suspect I have this condition, so let me take some of the steps that I found online to try to cope with it in the meantime before I can get help. And that's where, like, it is very important to discuss this with a professional. I am just an anime girl on the internet. I was halfway through the sentence involving that word. Yes. I'm embarrassed how old I was when I realized that constantly thinking and having visions about every single thing and place you interact with turns badly. Like, when I'm on a road and I know people speed, I get vivid visions of them. Yeah, that's fair. That's relatable. Embarrassed how old when I realized that was not normal. That's fair. I never thought it was normal, but I never exactly thought it was super weird. Thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy the stream. I'm sorry if this topic is a little heavier than usual, but I feel like we're talking about it in a very educational and pragmatic way, and we're not sitting here trauma dumping, so take it with a grain of salt. You're a professional anime girl. Nah. Whatever life holds in store for me, I will never forget these words. With great power comes great responsibility. My gift, my curse. Who am I? I'm Spider-Man. But an instance I can give you guys for people using the word blind so casually that I can pull from my real life is the like length that I had to go to in order to like finally call myself blind. Because visually impaired and legally blind just didn't sit with people. They just didn't understand was one problem. But the second problem is that like if I ran into somebody at the store and I would be like, I am so sorry, I'm blind, they would laugh at me. And like, that's not necessarily bad. However, then I have to be like, no, I mean actually. Like, actually. And then they're like, but you're staring at me. And it's like, I don't have total blindness. Blindness is a spectrum. I don't know what you want from me here. Or they would giggle and say, oh, me too, sweetie. Oh, fuck that bitch. No, I forgot about her. Ah! The other, like, okay, reminder too, by the way, Small Byte is 10 bits. Oh, the pin message is probably gone. Small Byte's AI response is 10 bits per message, by the way. Because we're testing him to see if we can break him. So feel free to use and abuse him. 10 bits for an AI response. But also, he will roast you. So, do with that as you will. I hate them so much. Something, something. It means you can't see with your eye. Pin that one again? You can, yeah. I don't know how long we're going to be on, but I assume it's going to be at least for another hour or two. So I don't play games anymore. I just yap. The shift in content since I got medicated is wild. Like, I've noticed. I just yap now. But thank you. Also, there's no shame in using him. Do I have to restart you? Do I need it? God damn it. I didn't think I was going to need to restart him. Let me double check. Close. DTS. Run as admin. Yes. Okay. Sorry about that. I'm sorry. We lost connection earlier. I'm so sorry. We lost connection earlier, like full-blown internet outage. So all my programs, I should have just restarted my PC apparently. So ChatGPT. Let me see. I can do this. Hang on. Okay. I don't think this technically works.
Shadow Dragon,
but at least you can see your bit.
asked you to do your worst. Shadow Dragon Cestus 55, your existence is already my best work.
What? Okay, that's like, that's a burn. God damn. But also, I think he's saying he's your dad. I don't know how to take that one, actually. I don't I don't know how I'm supposed to take that one. But yeah, so basically, like, using words like that so casually, like, I don't feel like I'm not. Here's the deal. I guess like a good instance for me to bring up is blind playthroughs and how there is like blind emotes and stuff like that. I never necessarily found it like super offensive.
Count your days, you little shit ginger snap cease. Wow, Shadow Dragon Cestus 55, did no one teach you how to interact with superior beings?
Now he's just got an ego. Thank you for the biddies, by the way. So I never actually thought that like it was super offensive for people to have blind emotes or say the words blind playthrough. However, it causes confusion. Because what ended up happening is that some people wouldn't put the playthrough part, or they would use like, I didn't think it was an issue until it actually happened to me directly and I started seeing how people were using it. Some people would use the word blind playthrough, but leave off the playthrough part. So just be like blind play or blind or going in blind or whatever. Like it didn't have the context that it needed though. So like I and a few others ended up thinking that a lot of people who were using those tags were actually blind. When they would use them inappropriately. Like if they said blind playthrough, that's one thing. There's lots of poor phrasing, yeah. Or just have the blind tag, yeah. And so, like, it wasn't necessarily that it was, like, the worst thing you could have possibly done, or if I would have, like, emailed Twitch being like, you guys need to fix this. But I think it still is using the word so casually so that when people come to my stream, they're like, why do you have the blind tag? And then I have to be like, well, it's because I'm blind. And then it's like a toss-up. It's like a toss-up of what happens after that. Because, like, the last person that did that, they just accepted my answer. And life moved on. And I was like, bro, can I have more chatters like you? They were just like, oh, okay. And that was it. And I was like, holy shit. You give me hope, because 99% of the time when people come in here and they're like, why do you have the blind tag? It's like because they think I'm faking it. Or they see like, this is part of why I kind of hate that I went with a bat VTuber, is because people think that I'm like feeding into lore. People think I'm like feeding into lore when bats aren't even actually blind. That's also a myth. I remember that one was a rare sight. Yeah, I was just like, whoa. I do get concerned about the amount of people that think I'm saying that I'm blind just because I'm a bat. Which is one of the it wasn't like a huge deal, and it wasn't like a big part of it, but it is one reason why I'm a little bit iffy about using a bat VTuber and saying I'm blind. Is because, like, I'll be real, I did do a poll on Twitter, and like it was pretty consistent that like no one thought I was faking it, and everybody was like, oh, you just said you're a blind VTuber, like, cool, you're blind.
Godoy44 has subscribed to the channel.
Oh, hey, Godoy.
Welcome, Godoy44. Can't wait to enjoy the misery you've signed up for. Godoy44 has resubbed for 17 months with message, but can you see this Estrella thingy? Oh, Godoy44. 17 months of this charade? I've seen Roadkill with better judgment.
Wait. Oh, something just clicked in my head when that happened. Wait a second. Okay. I have some new info. because it just technically double read, but it was like it's reading the resub message as an AI request. How do I say that? The resub, it's almost like it's reading the resub itself as a message, and then it'll read the resub and the resub message and respond to it. Oh, that's actually really interesting, because if you notice, you notice that too? Yeah, because that happened with Huey yesterday too. And he saw it in the logs that it was like classifying resubs as messages and sending it to ChatGPT for a response. And then reading the actual alert with the sub message and then responding to it. Oh. Also, how do I thank you for the resub? It's almost like it read it in chat and then it came through as an alert. So like it's almost like it's reading one as a chat message and one as an alert. So like it's reading the chat message and responding to it. I don't even know how to say that, honestly. Okay, that kind of points us into a different direction. Yeah, so yeah, it's almost like it's responding to the chat message, to the alert itself, and then it pauses and responds to the full alert with submessage. Yeah, let me see. And this is going to test to see if my computer shits itself by looking at the live log. Download live log. Boop. Okay. I think this is it. Something right is going on. More so because it only happens after way into the stream. Well, plus this is also the first resub. Everything else was bits. Who the fucking Xfinity again? Thank you for contacting us. Okay, there it is. For what user? Oh, it was Godoy. What's your full name? Godoy. 44. I just got out of job. Just business. It's good to see you, though. We're mostly kind of using this as like wait, how long has VTS Pod been up? That resub was probably about 10 minutes into it being up because I had to restart due to a internet outage. Bits were doing fine earlier before the outage, though. Okay. A Ruben Gigachad. I hope I say his name right. You read the activity feed, and then the alert, yeah. That sounds like a Twitch API issue, honestly. Try to check the VOD tomorrow. Alongside of it, super weird. VOD timestamp is, how many minutes ago was it? 6 minutes, and I'm at, is that like 1 hour 5-ish? Advice to restart VTS tongue. It happens again after restart. Do another live lock at sport. Okay. All right, restarting VTS Pog again. I can't usually do this during streams because we're like playing games and having donos and stuff like that. So like today being a more casual stream and we're just yapping and talking, it gives me the better opportunity to kind of mess with this. So at least there's that. All right, VTS Pog is back up.
Pog Online Poggers.
That was weird. Okay. So we restarted at 1 hour 16. I'll just put my timestamps in this message, honestly. We started at 1 hour 16. Okay. All right. It's just easier to deal with this stuff now, honestly, than anything. But yeah, no, I just kind of have to wait until somebody resubscribes next, honestly. Because if it's just resubs, it could be something. That gives me the vibe that it's the Twitch API. Sorry. I think I'm okay now. I get hiccups when I'm hungry. Can resub next week. Yeah, you guys are good. I'm not saying that anybody needs to like immediately resub or anything. Just like whenever it pops up, if you can push it through with a message, just an emote or even a letter, just like anything, just put something with it. It just helps the troubleshooting process. Oof. Yeah, I should go grab a bagel. I was going to do some React stuff today, but I didn't actually have time to really plan anything last night, unfortunately. I also think I screwed up Schedule 1. Because here's... I don't know. It's a mess. Because, like...
Flippung has subscribed to the channel. Flippung, welcome to the Carnival of Despair. I promise, it's much worse than it looks. Flippung has resubbed for 17 months with Messageistral29 love. Flippung, you have a sadistic way of showing love.
Wait, what was
17 months of this?
Okay. And a message. 1 hour 18. 18 double red. Well, that didn't take long. Download LifeLock. Hit enter. I feel so bad. No, I don't want to create a poll. Wait. Let me create a poll a minute.
Cletus_Carnage has resubbed for 37 months with messages troll29 cool. Cletus_Carnage, 37 months. I have kibble rotting in my bowl older than that.
Damn.
Clever.
It didn't double read your Prime sub though? Only read that one once. All right, let me download this LifeLock. Only read Prime sub once. I'm gonna label these. Only read the Prime sub once. I'm labeling the files accordingly. The user for the Prime sub was Cletus. Let me just highlight your name. Double red resub was Flip. It's NG, right? Flip NG? Yeah, Flip NG. Single red Prime sub is Cletus. Okay. All right, well, there we go. I happen to be lurking. Yeah, thank you for the resub for the Prime. Thank you, thank you. So far, it might just be resubs and subs. It's doing good though. I hope you're well. Wait, clip. That's their ship name. Cletus and Flip, yeah. Yeah, we got it. Funk. Stream Elements, so I changed something about their multi-chat thing, and I can't see certain emotes anymore for some reason. Is what it is. No, I think I screwed up my message. Oh god, we gotta look. Okay, one thing at a time here. I got a message from my 3D artist with an attachment. Oh, she's like done with the first. Oh, she. Well, there's no updates. This bitch is just done. I think we're still waiting on the second outfit though, but the horns are a little. Ears are perfect. The horns are a little color-wise, but I think the gradient effect that is on my horns is a little complicated. Hey, whoa.
System says Gruntleton has subscribed to the channel.
Huh?
Sorry, my mind is foggy at the moment. System says Chiliano_Borgman has subscribed to the channel.
Oh my god!
Sorry, my mind is foggy at the moment.
I think you just helped
System
in a big way, actually.
has subscribed to the channel.
I think you just helped in a good way, actually.
Sorry, my mind is foggy at the moment. Plane 317 Bouncy_ has subscribed to the channel. A new victim, Plane 317 Bouncy_. Welcome to the sacrifice pit. Boston_T_Party has subscribed to the channel. Boston_T_Party joined the Mad Tea Party of Estrella's stream. Have you enjoyed the madness? British Trash Panda has subscribed to the channel.
Oh, that's crazy.
The British Trash Panda joins our trash fire. Perfect. Welcome to your new personal hell. Stray Velo has subscribed to the channel.
Okay.
Welcome, Stray Velo. Prepare yourself for the torment.
There's the
of a
volume
lifetime.
change.
This isn't a summer camp. JC Angel 101 has subscribed to the channel. Another lamb to the slaughter. Welcome, JC Angel 101. Ross
hour
has
23
subscribed to the channel. Is it Ross quit planning on quitting or what? Anyway, great to have a new mouse to toy with. Cassie Fox _ has subscribed to the channel. Cassie Fox _ welcome. The pathetic show you've signed up for cannot be unseen.
I think that's enough
Enjoy.
evidence. Responding to gifted subs. Watch me be putting these in the wrong chat. I think that's enough evidence.
Sorry, my mind is a bit foggy at the moment.
Oh, what the hell? Now that
Cletus _ Carnage, you don't need an excuse. We all know your mind is a constant fog.
Oh. Don't do that to me. That's his response if the AI can't function properly. Sorry, I had to. You suck. No, that's his response when he can't like communicate with the AI properly. Oh, that's crazy. I think, unironically, Lord Elliot, first of all, thank you so much for the 10 gifted, and second of all, I think you gave us a really good, I think you gave us one of the best things you could for evidence. Holy shit. That actually kind of pulls a lot of things into perspective. That helps a lot. Thank you. Oddly enough, that actually helps with some stuff. I think that gives us every possible event that we could possibly think of. So the only thing to really think of at this point is what is in the Twitch setting? That's why I almost wonder if having the alt connection turned on would be better. Because I think that's just a weird thing with like... So handling bits is turned on, and it's got that. Subscription settings are on. Sub character limit. Allow AI to answer resub messages. Allow AI to react to new subs. Oh wait, I don't think he ever reacted to new subs before. Oh. So it might be a feature that used to not work as intended, and now it does. Oh, that's weird. So I think it's getting something confused with resubs. Although here's the issue. If it reacts to all resubs and not just a resub message, enable or disable reaction to subs. Because if I don't allow him to react to new subs, that means that he's not gonna react to any new subs, period. Not just gifted ones. But the problem is that if he is responding to gifted subs, if somebody gifted like 50 to 100 subs, I would have to just shut the program down. Or else it would be, because even if I skip a message, it still sends the request to the AI. And I'm charged per response. That's crazy. Oh, that's actually really interesting. Should I try the alt Twitch connection being enabled just to see if there's a difference? I guess we proved that there really wasn't a difference. I can do that tomorrow if I really want to. with how sassy he is, not interacting with new subs might be best for them. Ain't no way per response. Dude, 100. Like, imagine if somebody, like, I mean, 10 subs is already a lot. But imagine if somebody came in and was, like, doing that, like, blessing the community or whatever, and they were going around doing, like, 25, 50, or 100 subs to just random channels, especially during Christmas time. Oh, that would be... I would legitimately have to close BTS Pog so it would stop sending the request. Because responding to, like, gifted subs as new subs just kind of causes a problem. Yeah, we're talking about it on stream. It responding to gifted subs as new subs could be quite the problem. Especially in bigger streams. Could you imagine it responding to 50 gifted subs individually? That'd be crazy. That'd be some chaos, dude. Good thing I didn't spring for another 0. I would close the program down and then cry and then pull it back up. Because, like, my thing right now is I'm mostly just like, we have 2 cats that need to get their teeth extracted, and it's $1,500 per. So we do, like, reminder to those that haven't been here for the whole stream or this week. You can either donate to the crowdfunding source on Throne, or you can either give a tip or a different cash gift on Throne, and it'll contribute towards Nocturne surgery bill. Also did the volume change thing halfway through the gifted sub reading. It might not show on stream, but I did vocally call it out. May not show on stream because of how my audio is set up, but I did call it out on stream. I did vocally call it out, okay. That actually gave a lot of evidence in order to try to give Ruben as much info as possible, because unfortunately I'm not the only one dealing with this. It's not like a huge common problem, but it's one that I can't seem to figure out. And it's one that he can't seem to figure out, because if it was just a setting, it would be different. But you want your program to run as intended, so he's trying to work as hard as he can to ensure that everything is running smoothly. I got curious about some of the slime BR situations with, like, troubleshooting. I realized most of the people that are trying to help people in the tech support channels are not even employees. And they're relying on a lot of community. It's cool that he's so down to work with the creators. Yeah. He's at least in a decent situation right now where he's not overwhelmed to the point of, like, needing serious help. I do, however, think the second that he drops the feature where we can talk to the AI pets through vocally, I have a feeling that's when this program is going to blow the fuck up. Because everyone wants their own Neurosama. But I think people have to realize that it's not going to be the same because it's working through ChatGPT and not Vettle's AI algorithm that he uses. So it won't nearly be the same. He will just respond very similarly to me as he does to you guys. But yeah, so as far as the cats go, Lily and Nocturne both need to have teeth pulled. Nocturne, they expect to do a full mouth extraction on, which is the $1,500. Lily, they're not sure on yet. So for now, we're just raising funding for Nocturne because we know how much his is going to be. So his surgery is on the 9th of July, or June, sorry. His surgery is in the first week of June, and we're hoping to get everything taken care of. He's already doing a lot better after getting that antibiotic shot. And yeah, his gums are in really rough shape, unfortunately. So they want to get him fixed up as soon as possible so he can go back to being a happy old man. It was definitely something that, how many zeros? It has been offered for 0. I don't remember. Did he create the AI, or is he using someone else's AI algorithm and he's modifying what he needs to in order for it to work the way that he needs it to? Because I know he did it all okay. Yeah. I mean, the fact that Neurosama was in one of the Robo Dogs, I would assume that there's a lot of interest. However, from a corporate standpoint, I don't think it's very viable because there's so much that he has to do in the background to make it operate the way that it does, that it would be a liability. And the average user probably wouldn't be able to fucking use it. I think he made it, oh yeah. So it's one of those things of like, I think the government is the only people that are truly interested. Alright, Nervo gave me uncanny vibes at first, but she grew on me. I never once like questioned if she was a real person or not. But then like with Mother V3, apparently there's still a significant amount of people that are confused as to whether or not she's AI or a real person. And then there's some people that just think it's Mooney with a voice changer. Apparently, okay, that one apparently is from a misunderstanding though. Because there is a clip that was probably taken out of context that was floating around and people took it for serious. Narrow joining SEAL Team 6. So it's one of those things though where it's like, there's some possibilities with some things. Do I show this to you guys? It's just a 3D version of my current 2D. I'm torn. Let's... How do I do this? I shall keep the team. You sent me a video. Let me see. Where's the play button? Oh, thank God she knew it was a sock and not a boot. I've had people think it's a boot. At least there's that. Okay, so just the one video. I guess, you know what? Here's a question. Is there anyone who doesn't want to be spoiled? Because I'm having trouble thinking about this as like a super secret, top secret project because it's literally just a 3D version of this model. Literally just a 3D version of this model. So it's not really... Honestly, that's fair. I'll show it this once. Oh wait, I gotta read the message that actually goes with it. I hope you've been doing great. Here's part of your commission ready for the first revision. I'm still working on the inspo outfit, but it shouldn't take long. Okay, so yeah, maybe I can kind of get your guys' feedback about this. Like if there's anything I need to change, or if there's anything that maybe I'm missing that you guys would recognize better than I am. And if that's the case, then I do think the revision I would ask for would probably be about the horns. More than likely, because I think they look more black to white on the 3D version. So I can't see it anyway, that's fair. So just a heads up, if you don't want to see this, I will vocally tell you when it's safe. So you can look away but still listen. I'm going to make this a video on the game screen, so it's going to play pretty immediately. So keep an eye on the screen. So keep an eye out for it semi-quickly. Is it the right one, right? It's not playing, but I'm pretty sure this is the right one. Yeah, it's coming up as an MP4 file. Huh. I guess we'll see. I knew it! Wait, can it not do MP4? Wait. This is a video, right? That's not the 3D model, by the way. Did it download as a video? What did it download as? Where's my file explorer? Browse, download. Is this a video or an image? Yeah, it's a video. Huh. That's strange. Taxes. Not taxes. That's really weird. Ow. That's really strange. Okay. Yes, hello. I am still listening. That's really strange because it says Estrella download .mp4. Loop restart use so auto. Look at this only. Oh, is this? You select. Select FN only accepts options in the optional value format. Multiple options can be set by separating them with a space. For example, okay, so that shouldn't make a difference. Huh. At least that's not Xfinity. Oh, that's weird.
Not.
Huh. Let me try as an image. Nope, that definitely did not work. That is so strange. Is April over yet? No. Yes, pay them now. I already paid my taxes. Oh my god. Appointment reminder. Dude, ISPs can go to hell. I'm pregnant, I'm pregnant, I'm pregnant. I'm pregnant, I'm pregnant, I'm pregnant, I'm pregnant, I'm pregnant. What? Huh? Wait! I think Nano's getting a new baby! And I think it's Mint! Oh my god! I think it's the same Nano. Oh wait, no, that's Nanoplasm. Wait. I'm so confused. Who the fuck is this? Nanoplasm, part-time VTuber Clipper. Oh, it's a VTuber Clipper. And it's just a status that says, like, I'm pregnant over and over again. A Mint Nano model? No. No, I misread it. No. No, 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 no. Mint's Clipper? Oh, okay. I know then they're just some person. Okay. So I know, I just read that. But because of my font size, the only thing I saw was Nano. And I skipped over the P and saw the L. And that's it. But then the replies are Mint Fatome, the singer that you are. I don't know why this got so many likes. Anyway, go watch Mint's cover of Can't Say Goodbye. That was such a random thing to get a notification. The only reason I thought it was Nanoless is because like it came up as like a notification and I wasn't following them, and I don't think I'm following Nano. So I was just confused. I was like, wait, did Nano get another child? That's what I thought. Don't judge me. I'm pregnant as a joke and Mitz can be, oh yeah. It was really good covering. Nice. Alright, I'm gonna try creating a new video source, and if I can't, then I'll just show you guys the image. Media source. Do not make visible immediately. Okay. Let's see if this works. Have it looped. Hit OK. Nope. Why does Discord not like MP4s? What? That's so weird. That's like the weirdest fucking shit ever. What the hell? That's weird. Alright, well, I'll delete this media source and I'll just show you guys the image. Maybe if I hit transform fit to screen? Nope, nothing. How weird. How weird. Remove. It's like, I think the video... Huh. Is the file too big or something? No. No, it's actually... The only thing I can really do... Yeah, I'll just do this. If you guys see anything, no the fuck you didn't. Alright, incoming warning. About screen share. Not screen share, but Chrome share. The 3D model. So if you don't want to see it, please look away and I will vocally tell you when it's safe. When you say I do. Okay. Don't look at my butt. Stop looking at my butt. Stop it. Stop. Stop looking at my butt. Stop it. Stop it, chat. Stop looking at my butt. Oh, I got safety shorts on. Never mind. You can look at my butt. Tell your butt to stop looking at me. I think this is a good tease. Yeah. Oh wait, you're seeing enough without seeing the full thing. Because the back is pretty sick. Because you guys have seen the back of my reference sheet. She's fucking adorable. Yeah. That's my girl. She looks just like me. Oh, because the way... Oh, shit. Actually, hang on. Oh, yeah. Shit. Okay. I don't like doing this. I gotta fix it off of... Reset. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Sorry. I forgot I have my Chrome browser set a certain way in OBS. Yeah, I think they're a little dark, but... Which of the stars? Fucking... So, yeah, they're a little dark, but... A lot of it came out kind of... You know what? I'll play the video. If you don't want to see my backside, look away for a second. That's it. That's all you get. The entire thing. A little dark, but they kind of work, yeah. So yeah, there's my girly pop. Alright, it's safe. By the way, it's safe to look. No longer on screen. No risk of it ever being on screen. All good. All clear. Coast is clear. Just gonna give her hugs. I hope you want to give her fat ass a hug, honestly. Hug my big juicy dumpy. You have a... Huh. That might be an accident. I'll have to check it. The stocking on the leg lane, the wrap thingy on the other. Dude. You mean like this? You mean like it is on my 2D? I always thought it was really cute because it balances things out but still gives it like that idle look. Happily. Yeah, it's pretty much identical. Oh, I think the other ribbon might be missing on it. She did say she was partly done, so I'll have to compare the images to the actual thing. It's different, and you know it? It is? Wait, hang on. Let me... Doesn't look different to me. I legitimately have no idea what you're talking about. Huh? I'd say it looked a shade or two darker. It could have just been the lighting. It looked pretty similar, yeah. What is this? Okay. And darkness could be part of the 3D lighting engine too, yeah. But then you also have to factor in the fact that it might look a lot darker in a lot of VR chat worlds. So I have to ask her about that. Because like with 2D, it's a little bit easier because you got like the shine and the parallax effects and stuff like that. So it's one of those things of like, it could appear darker in a lot of VR worlds because at least with like she could have directly color picked from this model, but it will look darker in 3D spaces because of the way that 3D is. It can get complicated, yeah. I'm just still waiting on Nate because I'm confused. I looked at the still images of the 3D model and like it looks the same. It doesn't look different to me. I almost did Legos again today. I need you guys to know that. I sat down on my PC and I looked over at the cabin and I was like, what if I just made this week Lego week? I think it was a ploy to have you pull it up again. Oh, God damn it. You son of a slut. But yeah, no, it's I have Steel look at it with me later and make sure I'm not missing something. Caught. Damn it! The posing is really cute. There is one surprise, and it's sorry, I'm stretching. Let me wait for the hair to... Oh. Just give me a minute. Okay. I don't know if that happens to anybody else with POTS, but I like, if I do a big stretch, I just like, all the stars start flying, dude. Come to think of it, I can render your Lego build as a 3D model. I wonder if that would happen if I gave that to a rigger. There's... Because people get chibi models and Lego models and stuff like that. Like, people get, like, Minecraft models and everything. So, like, I almost wonder... I think someone just has to import it into a 3D program and add bones to it. Like, bones that VRChat can read specifically, if it was going to be used in VRChat. But I have a second outfit and the NSFW base. And then... because of I've already overloaded this woman with with things like switching to the SFW base and like everything else. So I'm just like, I don't want to overload her eye. Hello, thank you for contributing $50 to Nocturne's medical funds. Thank you. And if it doesn't go to his, it'll go to Lily's, I promise. Trust me, this money is 100% going to them. I think I gotta check on that. I'm still waiting on Throne to let me cancel my 3DO because I think adding it to save for later made it unable to be canceled for another 90 days. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Oh, Throne did an update. Oh God. Oh God. Did Throne go public? Because this looks like trash. No, I'm kidding. It's not that bad. That was mean. I'm sorry. They've updated since I put Nocturne's medical fund up here. That was a really bad joke against Discord. It wasn't, again, it wasn't, I don't know if I like this though. It's a little wonky. They changed the tabs. And there's now like a big spot that says add wish and like a perforated box beside of my wish list. Oh, they did add like little cross sections I can grab and drag though. That's kind of nice. Oh yeah, the new UI looks weird. Yeah, weird, but not awful. Oh, fan suggestions is like right there now. Oh, that's so nice. Oh, that's way nicer. Okay. Yeah, fan suggestions is like a giant button now. It still will not let me cancel the 3DO one, but that's fine. I guess we can react to something. Let me see if there's anything like, oh, I know what I was going to do as a backup plan. Hang on a second. Hang on. Hang on a second. my Discord. Hey. No. Free Discord. Oh, is it not gonna let me snip with What? Disable streamer mode. No. Okay. Apparently streamer mode on Discord won't let you snip. Save. Damn. Just gonna title it damn. So after sending all the logs to Ruben, he thinks he figured out what the problem is. And I think Pisto can relate. An image I can use. This one? Yeah, I can use this one. Ah! You guys are gonna... I'll fix it in a second. I'm sorry. I got a professional opinion. Oh. Damn. You gotta do me like that, bro. I was not... Someone was like, I'm pretty sure it's just... I would think it was cursed if it wasn't for the fact that there's other people going through the same problem. That's why I was like wondering, honestly, if it was worth it to try to get a reinstall. Alright, now where the hell is streamer mode? So you guys don't have to worry about my fucking Discord notifications making you think. Streamer mode. There it is. Looking for integrations? No, I just want to enable it. Thank you. Alright, there you go. Now you should hear it anyway. So Discord the one making noises? I mean, yeah, but it's probably the same noises you're hearing because it's probably in the server. I don't have much unmuted from the server, honestly. It was one group chat message and then the other one I think was in the server. So I was looking at my Discord and I couldn't find the notification. Yeah. I had to take it out of streamer mode in order to take that screenshot. But yeah. That's why I'm like, I almost feel like starting over from scratch with VTS Pog might be the GigaChad move because I've been using the program for a couple of years, but Ruben was pretty confident that a fresh install wouldn't solve anything, so... Such sorry, it's okay. I got it, it's alright. It's gotta be something either in like the Windows settings or something else that's like causing it, because like it read, because he did make a mention of something yesterday that like one of the resub messages he thought was one of you guys trolling me, because he's like, well, it read it as a chat message. And I was like, I am 90% sure Huey didn't put in a trolling chat message. Let me go to the activity feed. And then I showed him, he's like, yeah, no, you're right. And I was like, yeah, they don't typically do that. I say typically, but it's one of those things of like, I was just like, yeah, nobody put in any like trolling messages except for Cletus earlier, you son of a bitch. Okay. But yeah, I was just like, okay. No, we can react to some Am I the Asshole stuff. Let me get it up and let me go pee. Close out of that, close out of that, pull up YouTube. And then I'll do the BRB. How many thumbnails? Only one. It really wants me to watch the video from Mujin, or Mujin. You're a relatively wholesome bunch. Yeah, you guys are pretty good. Turn off and on again is the ultimate answer. Yeah, he had me save and restart a couple of times, and it didn't make much of a difference, but he's the program's papa, so he knows what he's doing. He's been dealing with issues with this stuff off and on, so he's got a grasp on it. I still might do a fresh install just to, like, satiate my own curious desires. All right, let me go pee. I'll be back. I'll be back. Be good. Of course the music would stop right when I leave. Oh, no, there it is. Like, God damn it. Okay, let me... I don't know if this is gonna get pinged, but I'm hoping it doesn't. And if it does, I hope it doesn't matter. Because I mostly just want the stories. You know what? I wonder, actually, if it wouldn't be better. No, because I do feel like it kind of made... Okay. No, fuck yourself. Dude, I've been so jumpy again lately. Videos. Does he still upload? Alright, that's a single compilation. I might have heard some of these, but at least it's not that big of a deal if I have. Wait, what? What is that? Members only wait, why would this be members only? Huh. That's weird. I kind of hate that YouTube shows you members only videos now, which is good and a little confusing in some cases. Midnight Rose, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Charlotte Reedus. I'm a Bat VTuber, and we've been yapping for the most part. And we're getting ready to watch some In My the Asshole stuff if I can figure this out. Thank you so much. If you need a raid and run, please feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you get to stick around and enjoy the stream. This one's 40. Is this one also? I wish it doesn't say that it's members only until you click on it. Okay, I don't think this one's members only. Yeah, you're so... Alright. We're gonna do that, and then I'm gonna adjust the window in OBS. Get me dinners. Okay, blingy. Thank you again. Alright, where's window capture? Bark, bark.
Small bite of the stream, what is your wisdom?
Yeah.
Baron_bananas, my wisdom for you is, don't be yourself. You're better off.
Yeah, okay, that shuts out. There. I want the channel name to show up. I'm gonna try something here to see if I can get this to look a little bit better. Because the problem with the way that I watch videos is that I like to watch them not full screen. And then I will stream them to you guys not full screen. So but one of the reasons why I end up leaving the side of the video on is because if I leave the channel name and stuff in there, it causes empty space. Here it is. Oh, wrong button. There we go. So it kind of gives me the upnet / recommended, kind of gives me like a good little background that I can sit off to the side on. So that helps. I'm gonna mute Chrome. All right. Waiting. But yeah, I do it in a different way than most people do it. So I don't full screen the video, but that way you also get to see the full video, which is nice. Like you can see every inch of it, so to speak. Oh yeah, I forgot to switch size. I gotta switch size with small bite. Shit. If I just flip the video. No, it's alright. And I scoot. Scoot, scoot. And I eat. Scoot and eat. Make him a little smaller. There you go. So now I have a perfect little side area that I can be in while you guys can still see the video and the title. And you would see the channel name if I wasn't having an AI pet there, but shh, we don't talk about that. Put him. Should get like a little pillow for him. You know, he really doesn't have to be a part of this, to be fair. Okay. There we go. So the way that we do this, I'm a slut for React content, or not React content, Am I the Asshole posts. I could use scaling stories on TikTok as a good place, but I feel like it's a little bit more iffy to use TikTok videos, especially like the AITTS, because the captions are like one word at a time versus like all of them at a time. So I don't know. YouTube is easier to use for this. And I do wonder if they actually made a YouTube after the last TikTok ban, but I don't know. We'll have to look one of these days. But so this is Dusty Thunder. I come across his videos a lot on TikTok. I typically mostly listen for the stories. I usually listen to his stories on TikTok, but I don't listen to the his reactions a lot of times because I'm kind of more just there for the stories than anything. I like listening to the Reddit stories, and the only problem that I have, one of the reasons I don't, is because I never know when it's like an update story or not. And so I'll listen to the whole thing or skip around the video, and I can't tell if there's an update to the story or not. So that's kind of one of the reasons I just listen to the story and scroll. But yeah, he's a good content creator. He does a really fun live stream on TikTok and maybe YouTube. I don't know. He does like a really fun live stream where he reads the stories, gets chats, reactions, and stuff like that. He's a good content creator, and it's like him, his wife, and a few other people that are involved, and they do really well on it. Give me a second. I'm so sorry. And I'm so sorry. Give me a second. I got a message from my roommate about something. I'm sorry. Actually, I can just whoever rated, thank you so much for rating. I hope you're having a lovely day. My name is Estrella Arias. I'm a Bat VTuber, and today we're reacting to some Am I the Asshole posts. If you need to read and run, please feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you stick around and enjoy the stream. Otherwise, I hope you guys are having a lovely day. And yeah, hello. Oh, Mystic! Oh, yeah. I think I've seen you. I think your name sounds familiar, at least. I'm sorry if you've never rated me before. If you never rated me before, and I'm just sitting here like, I know you, and you're like, no, you don't. But I recognize your name. But I hope you're doing good. Thank you so much for the raid. It's been a while. Yeah, I was like, your name sounds really fucking familiar, actually. I hope you're doing good, though. And fridge nuggets, if I get desperate. Oh, no. Nothing bad. Sorry. Sorry, I should just start the music back up. That seems to be, yeah, I am trying to figure out. So a couple of weeks back, I got like I've been craving like homemade tacos lately. And this like kind of gives some context as to why this is a longer conversation than usual. My gut decided that day that the grease from the tacos wasn't exactly great for me at the time. And so Steele just drained it as well as he could and put the seasoning in there. And so my gut was just like, oh, this is sitting like really heavy in my stomach and I feel really ill. And I kind of got a little salty about it. And I was just like, you know, XYZ. I kind of got like a little salty about it and was kind of a bit of a dick and was just like, you know, I'll just do it from now on. Like, because I asked for the taco meat to be rinsed. And he forgot. And so I just thought, I had a woman moment. I had a woman moment and I was like, no, it's fine. I'll just rinse it myself next time. It is what it is. I'm just sick and I don't feel good and whatever. So I had a woman moment and I didn't want to like, I didn't actually hurt his feelings or anything, but it's just like, it is frustrating cooking for someone who is disabled and has issues with gut problems. So the last 2 times. But the problem is like, it's hard to hurt Steele's feelings, honestly, but I felt like I was being a dick and he deserved better. And that was kind of it. So it was one of those moments where it's just like, oh shit, you know? But, so it was just like, so it was like, it'll be nice, I promise. It's not your fault. Now that I know what's going on with my tummy, well, I don't know what's going on with my tummy, but now that I know how my tummy is going to react, it's an educated risk, just like we were talking about earlier. I know what can happen, and I accept the consequences if they do. And that's just kind of how it goes. I deserve tacos. But so basically I honestly have a theory as to what happened last time. We have a rice washer, like it's a bowl with like a strainer on the side that you use for rice. And I almost wonder if he used that instead of the tacos worth trying for. But I almost wonder if he used that instead, and maybe that's why it didn't drain properly. Because like the first time he did it with the new way we were doing it, it came out perfectly. But for some reason, this last time it was a lot greasier than expected, which was really weird. Like I could tell there was more grease and less flavor, so like something happened. So I think like a lot of the grease absorbed some of the flavor from it, and so the meat itself didn't have much flavor left. I don't know. But yeah, I think he might have used the rice strainer, and that might have been what happened. But either way, it's fine. But yeah, if I had added some more seasoning, it probably would have been fine, but I probably still would have gotten sick. But it was just one of those things where it's like, God damn it. Like, why did it have to be? I love tacos. Especially homemade tacos. They're so good. I'm scared of, like, I'm not necessarily scared, but I have yet to try going back to the taco place that we usually go to. It's like cheap and it's really good. And they thrive themselves on being, or they thrive themselves. They do really well because they're like, it's ran by people. How do I fucking say this? It's owned by an actual Mexican family versus, like, Taco Bell. That makes sense. And they don't cut corners to make it more appealing to a wider audience. So it's hard to say because I don't want to, like, sound racist or anything, but I know a lot of people will say, oh, it's authentic. When really it's like super Americanized, not mass produced, microwave stuff. Yeah. Plus they just like, they don't whitewash as much as you would think some places will. I'm sure they whitewash a little bit, but it was made by Mexican grandma, so church. That's fair. I just know like most of my chat is Spanish, Mexican, and from other various like Spanish speaking countries. So I never want to like offend anybody. But most of you guys are pretty chill, and you'll let me know if I say something stupid. So, all right, let's see what this is.
We have stories about paternity test questions, quiet partners, disagreements over inheriting a house, poisoned bread, bringing over guests while separated, applying for jobs that might end a relationship, and we have spicy stories and
spicy stories.
Story. Hey yo. For you. This one comes from AITAH and is titled, Am I the Astronaut for not stopping my husband from getting the paternity test? All
right, first reaction. Am I the asshole for not stopping my husband from getting the paternity test? Based off the title alone, no. Why would you be? But I can't wait to find out how you might possibly be the asshole. As someone with Hispanic heritage, I don't give a fuck. That's fair. Yo, poison. But yeah, I don't know. First reaction, could be the asshole, but based on title alone with no other context, I don't see how you are the asshole, but I can't wait to find out how you might be.
My husband recently asked me for a paternity test. Why?
Okay.
Because our son looks nothing like him. I never cheated on him. I would never. He knows he was my first and only partner. I told him he can have the test. Who am I to stop him from it? He took the test and found out our son is actually his, and he seemed very happy. I told him, congrats. Now you're sure it's your son and you're paying child support for him. Oh.
Oh. Oh. Oh. Okay. I have thoughts on this already. And this might be an everyone sucks situation. So I want to hear more. Just in case.
See? He asked for the test, you're sealing the deal. He asked, what does that mean? And I told him if he thinks I would cheat on him, then we truly shouldn't be married. I took my son and left, and we're currently staying in a hotel, and I'm gonna get divorced. He keeps calling and texting and begging me to come back, but I don't want to. He said if I had such a problem with the test, then I should have stopped him instead of...
Yep. It's not that you should have stopped him, but this is my thought process too. That's kind of fucked up on her part. Because like this is one of those like lose-lose situations. No one's going to be happy no matter what the outcome is. And I kind of wish they would do some sort of psychological testing and research into why this happened so often. Because unfortunately, this is a very common experience. And I think genetics and the way that we live now are ruining it, because scientifically, the way that anthropology has like stated it and done research into it is the baby's like first like year, they're more than likely to look like their father because there's nothing hormonally in the father's body that changes with a woman's pregnancy, unless you get the sympathetic pregnancy or whatever. But if the baby is supposed to look like the father for the first X amount of months to year, and it's because in survival instances, the father is less likely to abandon the mother and child if the child resembles him and he can see himself in the child. So what ends up happening with how fucked our genetics are and how much like we've gone through like all these scientific changes and stuff like that and like environmental changes is it doesn't seem like it's that key to survival anymore. So I almost wonder if this is like a human evolution situation where babies are looking like their fathers less and less over time. And they're just looking like, you know, a genetic combination of both their mother and their father. Where like what ends up happening, the weird part of it is not so much weird, but like what typically ends up happening is that the baby will exhibit like a bunch of like facial features from the mother's side. And it throws the father completely off because he doesn't see himself in the child, but he also doesn't see her in the child because he doesn't know her relatives enough to be like, oh, that's your grandfather's nose. That explains why I can't see myself in this kid. So I kind of wish they would do some research and testing into the subject, because like this is like a tale as old as time with Reddit. These posts keep happening more and more and more and more frequently, and it's starting to become it's starting to become a problem. Some of them, there's like outside forces, like the son or the husband's mother is like putting like thoughts into their head, being like, well, I saw her doing this that one day. That's awful suspicious, isn't it? Like the mother-in-law to the wife is being a bitch and trying to put doubt into her son's head so that they'll split. And then there is a court case about that recently. Not recently, but in the last couple of years. It was really rough. It was rough to watch. Because it was basically the grandmother of the kid and the mother of the child fighting over paternity. The husband was just kind of there. Oh, sorry. Oh yeah, I'm done chewing. But it was one of those like court shows, and the husband was just kind of there and wasn't like participating in much of this. But the mother of the husband was so dead set that that child was not theirs, did not belong to her side of the family at all. And this isn't a baby. The kid was a couple of years old. Like, he might remember this, unfortunately. But the mother, basically, like, the mother-in-law, this is really hard to keep track of. The husband's mom basically fed him a bunch of bullshit, convinced him that his wife cheated on him, and they ended up suing for paternity testing because the mother-in-law the mother of the husband was so dead set that that child was not her son's. And he was just kind of there. She already broke up their marriage at that point because the husband is like, I don't know what's true anymore. I don't know what to do. And so they go on this court show to get paternity results and to settle the whatever lawsuit issues would come from this, like child support and all that kind of stuff. It was one of the family courts. I think it was a lady. I think I see her stuff a lot. She usually does like child support hearings and stuff like that on TV. But she was just like, why are you so sure this isn't your grandson? And she's like, because he doesn't have, I'm just going to say nose, because I don't remember what she mentioned exactly. But I think she also pulls in race into it, where I think the mom is white and the husband is black. But the mother-in-law, husband's mother, was just like, he doesn't have our family nose. Every single person in our entire family has this nose, and it's part of our genetics. And so there's no way he would be genetically related to us because he doesn't have our nose. And so even then, can you wonder why some states want to make paternity tests mandatory at birth? I don't question why, but the problem is like, with how many times errors they're again, this is like majority versus few. But with that case in particular, it came back that child indeed was, it belonged to the mother and the father. And good idea to get genetic tests, just because sometimes the hospitals give people the wrong baby. That too. This is where I'm going, where it's like, they don't need to just check paternity, they need to check maternity too. Like, both need to be checked. And I think it should be standard in that sense, because like, if it comes back that the mother isn't the mother, then for sure it's a faulty test, or the baby got mixed and the testing needs to be run again. The problem if they just do paternity is, one, it can break up families like that, but two, mixing up one genetic sample is easier to do sometimes. So it's kind of rough. There isn't like an end-all solution that's going to be great for everybody, because unfortunately, because of how human error works, the amount of families that would be broken due to mandatory paternity testing, it would be rough. Is it as 100% as people assume it is too? Yeah, it's rough. It's a little tricky. I think if it was a case of like, if it was done in-house, and if they got results stating that like XYZ like wasn't, whatever, they could go back to the family and, redo the samples and come back. Like, the test should be run multiple times, and not with the same samples, because you never know if like something got mixed up or contaminated. So if they did it, it would need to be done in-house while the mother is hospitalized, so that everything can be done. But then like it comes down to, there's a lot of people that are just uncomfortable with genetic material being like passed around. So it's a rough situation. But yeah, I think they really, at this point, with how much it keeps happening of like fathers questioning their child's paternity and whether or not they're the fathers, needs to be studied and see like what has happened in like human evolution and human psyche to make that happen so often. Because I feel like, I know this is the internet, and I know like we're getting more access to things because the internet is where it is today, but I do genuinely think that there is an influx. It seems like the number is higher now than it used to be, and it seems like this is happening a lot more. And like, there's stories of like people, like I said, the mother-in-law getting into the husband's heads, or other people in their family. There was one guy that like lost his mind because his best friend got baby trapped. And this husband and wife, like this is another Reddit story. This husband and wife were planning a family, and she was currently pregnant with a baby that they both agreed to. And both actively tried to conceive And halfway through her pregnancy, or maybe even like 1/4 of the way through it, it was either very early on or it was at least halfway through, he starts having like a mental breakdown thinking that she baby trapped him too. Because his best friend went through it and he saw the effect it was having on his best friend. That one got down to a point where the mother-in-law dragged him to her house and made him apologize to her in person. Because the baby was his. And the mother-in-law also wasn't stupid, because she knows if she ever wants to see her grandkid, she needs to be nice with the mother. And so even the mother-in-law, because I think at first the mother-in-law was like, what the hell? And then like the wife explained what happened, like what actually happened. And the mother-in-law was like, oh, hell no. Dragged his ass to her house and basically by the ear and was like, you need to fucking apologize to her right the hell now. And so like then the mother-in-law like took care. I think she kicked out her son and asked the wife to move in with them so that they could help her with the baby. I don't know. They did kick him out because they were like, you're on your own. You fucked up. And I think they helped take care of her for the rest of her pregnancy and after she gave birth, because you got to make nice with the mom of the kid if you ever want hopes of seeing them again. You don't want to go through court or anything, but it's just like, yeah, like this phenomenon, and I'm going to call it a phenomenon. This has been happening a lot lately, and it's been like Reddit story after Reddit story after Reddit story, and it genuinely makes me think they need to start looking into this, because it's starting to get to a point where it's not benefiting anybody, and like it's starting to cause some problems, and it's a widespread issue, and it's just like people, because I know men can get PMDD too, or not PMDD. Wait, no, it's postpartum depression. PPD? Postpartum depression? PPD? Yeah, I don't know. But men can get the postpartum depression too. And I think that's where some of it comes for some people, but it's really hard to forgive people after that. Anything other than beef? Probably, I think, taco shells. I know you got cheese last time. I know you got cheese last time. Same, I think. But extra bag obviously wouldn't hurt. Obviously wouldn't hurt. But yeah, I'm curious to know the psychology behind this and like the human evolution like side steps to this, because it's just like, it's been happening a lot. But to get back to this specific story, I think she's an asshole for not letting him know that if he got that paternity test, she was leaving him. But also, I think she made up her mind the second that he asked. So I think it could go both ways. If she made up her mind the second he asked, then I'm conflicted. If she didn't make up her mind the second he asked and just like made him think it was okay, then I feel like that's a little manipulative. This one's tough.
Of allowing it and then acting like a bratty child and ruining our lives. Yeah, she was the one who did that. You're right. Yeah, it was her. It was her allowing it that ruined your lives. Now you're asking for it in the first place.
Oh, he's the asshole for that part.
I'm not sure how I'm the one ruining our lives. He's the one who thinks I'm a cheater. He should be happy he doesn't have to live with a cheater anymore. So the question was, am I the astronaut for not stopping him? No, this is a confirmed NTA here.
It's hard. I think it should have been handled better. I think it should have been handled differently. Unless the instant he asked for a paternity test, if it was over for her, then it's fair game. and that is what it is. Because if that was the second she was like, all right, I'm going to go to my lawyer while he's getting this stupid paternity test, and I'm going to get things started for our divorce. I don't think she's the asshole if she did it like that. However, if she didn't make up her mind instantly and decided, like, the second he actually got the paternity test was when she was going to leave, I think this should have been handled differently. There should have definitely been a conversation. Like, it's kind of crazy to me that you, like, dated and then married and then had a baby with somebody, and you don't think to, like, have a conversation with them? Because, like, I feel like we're all prone to insecurities. I think it's very petty, but they probably have other problems. Yeah, because, like, if it was... it's a hard situation, because being accused of cheating... If it's a really fucking hard cheat, because, like, it's really hard to separate asking for a paternity test versus accusing somebody of cheating. The only way you can play that situation, the only way you could play it and not have your partner divorce you, is to be like, honey, there's something in me that is telling me that this baby isn't ours. Like, both of us together. That is the only way you could get out of this without accusing your partner of cheating, or at least letting on to the fact that you're accusing them of cheating. But I think the second that, like, people start questioning okay, I'm from the South, and Steele mentioning cube steak, it's making me wonder which one he's talking about. Like, steak that's cut up into cubes, or steak that's actual cube steak? Because I'm used to dealing with something that's actually called cube steak. And it's that, like, really shitty, like, tough steak. Some people in the South, like, fry it in, I think, cornbread batter? Or something. It's not tempura. I think they just, like, bread it and fry it and do it that way. And that stuff, I could eat it when I was a kid, but steak, yeah. Cube steak is like a really shitty, cheap cut of steak that you usually use for things where it's not the main focus. But if he's just talking about steak that's cut up into cubes, that's different. Dumb question. Do you mean steak? A steak that's cubed? Or cube steak? Is cube steak is really shitty. Is really tough and cheap. Yeah, shoe leather, but not bad fried. Yeah, fried cube steak is something I didn't like fried cube steak because I didn't eat fried breading when I was younger at all. So mine was always plain and seasoned, and I would just eat that. Actually, I don't think my mom started frying it until, like, I was a teenager. I think she just did it, like, she would cook it in a pan with seasoning, and that's about it. Sounds like what my grandmother would use in slow cooker for a stew. Because that makes anything tender if you do it right. Yeah. Because we have an issue, and I don't say issue, but we have an issue with places and companies like labeling things for their use versus what they actually are. So instead of it being like, instead of it telling you like, oh, like beef, like I don't even know. Instead of it being like beef XYZ, it would be like stew beef. So it's just kind of a way for them to make it sound more appealing, I guess. Steak that's cut to be like cubed. Oh, okay. Okay, that's different. But yeah, they're like flushable pipes. But there's a really bad issue with it being like instead of it being like pork butt, it's like butt roast or pork roast, and then it's like, well, what part of the pork is this? Is this a pork butt or is this a pork loin, or what exactly are we doing here?
I wish we knew ages in this of not just OP and OP's brozo husband. Let's go ahead and get that out of the way.
That's a curious question. Do you think the paternity issue happens more with older couples or younger couples? I feel like accusing your partner of cheating and like being concerned about your baby's paternity probably is more likely to happen if you're under 30. The not flushable wipes. Probably younger. Yeah, I feel like it probably happens more often with younger couples.
Right now, Brozo. I wish I knew how old this kid was. You know what I mean? Because
that's also important. Like how long exactly?
If it's a brand new baby, look, like every brand new baby looks like an Eskimo, and they change wildly in their appearance over the first 6 months, the first year, first couple of years. It changes a lot. So if this kid came out and is all swollen from being pushed out of a tiny hole, and he's like, looks nothing like me. You must have been cheating on me with some swollen looking dude. That's just brozo mentality.
Yeah.
It's just silly.
I think this could have been...
had she put up a fight, he would have accused her of cheating anyway. Truth.
Yeah.
What did this brozo honestly expect? I don't know. Like, because you are accusing your partner of cheating.
He just didn't expect her to leave him over it. But he also reacted poorly when she decided to. Like, that's the thing. If your partner gets pissed, if your partner gets mad at you for wanting to leave the relationship instead of getting either sad, hurt, or like shocked or whatever, I know first reaction, you should always sleep on stuff. It is really hard, but like if somebody, it's difficult. But if someone's like first, I would even argue that if it's their first reaction to it is to get pissed at you and to start yelling or screaming.
Yo, the name is Estrella. She streams from the ceiling, mic in her wing, and her gameplay's appealing. Skies in her sockets, stars in her brain, flaps so fast, she's ahead of the game. Amazing, Alessia Lynn. You managed to make Estrella sound somehow even more unbearable.
That's fair. Thank you for the biddies. But yeah, no, it's there's no easy way to deal with this except for to like get therapy. If you think that the baby that your wife had is not yours, there's really not much you can do except for get therapy. But also it matters, like, did something happen that made you think that it wasn't your kid? Like, is someone whispering in your ear? Like, is something happening? Like, it's such a hard situation to like deal with in these situations. The original post made it sound like the divorce talk was out of the blue too. Bit weird. That's what I'm saying. Like, it seems like she just jumped to divorce. Or do the test in secret. That's worse though, because then like they have to mail those results or call you. So if your spouse finds out that you did that in secret, that's even worse. But I do think like there is something to be said about mental health and the way the brain works. I do think there's something to say for that, because it's a rough situation. Because like, it's like, I don't think you cheated on me, but the baby doesn't feel right. But I don't think you cheated on me, but the baby doesn't feel like mine. But I also don't think you cheated on me. However, it's a rough thing. Like, that's why I think we need to study it more. And like, maybe it's part of like the postpartum depression that men can get too. Like, if it's part of that, then at least we have a reason. And there's a potential that like therapy would like help in this situation. I'm not condoning it. Just saying, if you're going to be like that, at least try not to be dumb about it. That's fair. Was there a study of how men times a man was right on a kid not being theirs? Or statistics? I don't know, actually. I think there's, because like, you gotta remember, it's all about who they pull and like how many people they pull. So like, you're never gonna get like super specific like responses or whatever. But I think it is, I'm sure somebody's done it. I'm sure somebody's looked into it. But I mean, to be fair, you can just go back to like what those Maury and Dr. Phil and shit like that and like see a certain amount of percentages. But also you got to remember, they probably run those paternity tests before they air the show and see if it's going to be juicy or not. So they're more likely to alter things for TV. And they've already kind of said that some of that stuff isn't true. But it's one of those things, though. There's been enough cases where the guy didn't think the kid was theirs, and it turned out that it wasn't their baby to begin with. Like, that doesn't happen as often as it used to, because there's a lot more like checks and balances now. What ends up happening sometimes is unknowingly it's also the parents' fault, because they'll end up putting like two mothers in the same room. And I know there was an issue with like, I think out of like sleep deprivation, a parent had like grabbed the other parent's kid by accident. I think that one got solved pretty quickly. But there's, with a lot of hospitals and stuff now, it doesn't happen. Of it being 1/3 of the time where they did a test and were right, but I haven't seen it, so I don't trust what I say. Yeah, even that's not good odds, to be fair. That's why I'm like, it just seems like a really crazy high amount of dudes that don't think a baby is theirs, and I wish they would do some looking into it and studying, honestly.
By asking for a paternity test, there's no way around that.
Yeah.
None. And he just expected no backlash at all. He got the test results and he's like, it is my kid. Well, okay. Dude.
The human brain is just so tricky, though. Like, this is why it's really hard for me to like give a definitive like you're the asshole or not on this one, is because like, dude, chemicals and like everything else that happens in the brain like after people give birth, it's just like, even the guys that are involved in the mother's like life and like taking care of the kid too and like being there for the pregnancy, like again, they can get postpartum depression and stuff like that. Like, that's why it's so hard for me to like give a definitive answer on this one, because like, it's, if you've got a lot of mental health issues and the only way I can possibly think of this going in a positive direction as far as like how you could spin it personally, if you really, really think your partner cheated on you, that's a problem. And you need therapy. However, I think if you want to go about it in a better way, and this is like for anybody that ever might find themselves in a position like this in the future, if you want to go about this in the best possible way you could, what you can do is go to your partner and say, hey, I'm looking into therapy because I can't get the anxiety and stress out of my head. Whenever I look at our son, I can't see myself in him. And I keep like, my brain keeps telling me that this isn't my child, but like that doesn't resonate with how I feel. So like, I think I really need to get some help to try to sort this out. If you're willing to do a paternity test just to like ease my brain, I'm for it, but that's not necessary. and I'm willing to go to therapy to try to work through this on my own, because it's obviously an anxiety that I'm dealing with myself and has nothing to do with you or your actions. That's if you genuinely can't get it out of your head, but you think your partner would never cheat on you. Because I know partners cheat, and I know that's something, but like if you wanted to go about it in a better way, I think the best thing you can do is like, because the thing is like, a big thing they tell you for like corporate and familial relationships, anything, is just like, if you're going to go to somebody with a problem, try to have a solution prepared. Like if I just went to, I don't know, like let's say Sai is like getting an influx of backseaters, and I go to her and I'm like, hey, you're getting a lot of backseaters lately. It's like, yeah, I know, but I don't really know what to do about it. And then it just kind of stagnates. The conversation doesn't go any further than that. But if I'm like, hey, I've noticed that like lately you're getting a lot of backseaters. I think it might be best if we incorporate like the 3-strike system. And we really like stick with it if we have to ban somebody because they continuously break this rule. I think it's best that if we're all united and we're all on the same page, that we follow this 3-strike system, and if they do it for the 3rd time, we ban them and we stick to it. Like, no ban appeals, no nothing. It's like, she's more likely, in this instance, pretend Sai, is more likely to think about it and be like, huh. And she can either think and be like, you know, the 3-strike system isn't bad, but maybe we do XYZ instead. And it's like, oh, that's actually a really good idea. I didn't think about that. Or she'd be like, oh, yeah, I really love the 3-strike system. That could work out really well for this situation. I hate to ban people, and I don't want to ban people that like have been here for a while, but like, you got to do what you got to do, you know? And so like somebody is more willing to hear you out, so to speak, if you present a solution to the problem. So if you present it as like, so won't give us ice cream? Oh, God damn it. So I think like it's the best way you can do it. That'd be good odds, but it's still worrying odds. Yeah, it's worrying that like that many people are having issues thinking that their kids are theirs. Because that's crazy. That's a large number. Especially like if only 1/3 of them are right. That is really alarming odds, because that means there's just 2/3 of them are just going out and accusing their partners of cheating. Or having mental health issues that are telling them that their kids aren't theirs. Like, that is an alarming number, you're right. She's got the pie rule, which kind of makes a fun game of not being the best rule. I know, yeah. But that's kind of the thing of, like, at the end, she shouldn't need that. This is what I'm saying. She shouldn't need to do that. That was made out of necessity. Anything made out of necessity. As with being tested too, so I don't know. Yeah, that's the thing, is like those are, that's crazy that many people didn't think their kids were theirs. And then for only 1/3, like that's out of the grand scheme of things with how many people cheat and how many people actually do get pregnant from cheating. The concerning number there isn't the amount of times that the man is right. The concerning number is how many times the man is accusing the wife of cheating and not being right. Like, that's way more alarming than the amount of times that they're right. But yeah, it's like, it's one of these things though that it's just like, the only possible way that you could spin this in a positive way is to just like show that you're willing to get therapy and you're willing to trust your partner, and that you're just having some mental health issues and you want to work through them. However, see, this is where media and other situations influence people in negative ways, is because it's portrayed on TV and other places to trust your gut, and your gut is always right. That's where it becomes such a large number, because instead of them thinking about, like, is this, like, I've never thought she cheated before. Why would I think she's cheated all of a sudden now that she's pregnant? Instead of looking at it like that, they just look at it like, this bitch cheated on me. This isn't my child. But I don't think they go any further than that. I think the most that they do is go, this isn't my child. instead of it being like, I genuinely think that there's a decent number of these people that are demanding paternity tests that aren't legitimately accusing their partner of cheating. Because I don't think their thought process gets that far. I think they're just like, this isn't mine. This isn't my kid. I don't have a bond with it. Like, they get really wrapped up in their head about it. And cheating is like the last thing on their mind. And then they get surprised Pikachu face when their wife thinks they're accusing them of cheating. So I think it's like a really weird. That's why I want studies on this shit. Somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to fucking do it. Somebody's got to fucking do it.
Some backlash there. There's going to be a consequence.
Yeah.
To asking that.
And that's the problem. I don't think they think that far. I don't think they get that far in the thought process.
So many questions that I wish we had more information for. Like, was it just him thinking that his son didn't look like him, or was it another birdie chirping in his ear, like maybe his mama, maybe some friends? Yeah, Candy Thunder, you go with mama. That'd be a consistent theme across stories that we see. Like somebody chirping in his ear and was like, "Are you sure that's your baby? That baby looks nothing like you." And then it could have been the whole dominant trait conversation too.
Yeah.
Every boy in our family has had blue eyes.
Yeah.
And brown hair. This baby came out looking like a lettuce.
Mother-in-laws are wild, dude.
You know, like, who knows? Who knows where that conversation?
There is one Reddit story where the mother-in-law went absolutely batshit crazy because they had a girl instead of a boy. And they were like, every woman in our family has had a boy. And literally, like, was stalking this woman. Like, she went batshit crazy. Like, she went insane. Like, legitimately would probably need to be hospitalized levels of crazy. It was really fucking weird. And was just so set that because it was a girl, there was... Oh, yeah, because part of it, I think she, like... Oh, God, I remember that one. Yeah, it was, like, the mother-in-law went, like, I think she almost, like, tried to get her to miscarry? I think? I think it was... Oh, that reminds me of another fucking story. I don't know if it's the same one or not, but there was also one where the mother-in-law had an accident or something while the wife was miscarrying, just so the husband would pay attention to her instead of his miscarrying wife. And that one, there's dude, Reddit's pretty bad sometimes. These people are fucked.
Snorts, I'll never marry a man who has a mom. LOL.
That's fair. Is your mom dead? Yes. Oh my God, thank goodness we can date. Like, hey, is your mom still around in your life? Like, men think it's a green flag for a woman to have their parents still in their lives, and some women think it's a green flag for like a man to have his parents still in his lives. But like with the way that enmeshment and like parentification and other shit highlights outliers, yeah. But the way that like parentification, enmeshment, and all that kind of stuff happens with like boy moms, it's almost becoming more of a green flag for a guy to not have a good relationship with his mother. It can be a green flag or a red flag depending on how you look at it. But mother-in-laws are rough. And there's a lot of people that will continue to get married and they're like, oh, it's just your mother-in-law. Like, it's fine. Or like, oh, it's just this, like, I'm marrying you, not your family. And it's like, unfortunately, though, if that person still has a strong tie to their family, you are 100% marrying their family. And if your in-laws are already mistreating you before you're married, it's not going to get better after you get married. So you should just either have that conversation with your partner or peace the fuck out, because it's not going to get any better. And you don't want to be married and having children with somebody who's not going to defend you to their family. You should punch them. There's been a couple of these that I've just escalated to murder. It's like, kill him.
Once again with the story for you. This one comes from Relationship Advice, and it's
titled,
My 27 female boyfriend, 23 male, is insanely quiet around all my friends to the point that I don't want to bring him around them. Is there a way to help him?
Oh, it is an advice question. It's not like, am I the asshole or not? I think that like there's a lot of ways that this could go. We'll see. I don't think there's like a vote either way on this one. They're genuinely just asking for advice.
Has anybody else been in this position where they had a partner that they were dating that was just like so closed off that they couldn't form connections with like friend groups and stuff?
I don't think that's mandatory, honestly. I don't think it's something that is mandatory. People like who they like, and they don't like who they don't like, and people vibe or don't vibe. Like, I think it's something that happens. Yeah, what was the ages? I think that like it happens with younger. Oh, that's probably why. You got someone who just barely got the ability to drink a couple of years ago, and somebody who's almost 30. They probably don't have much in common with your friends. And you're lucky they have enough in common with you. That's like the manager, that's like a manager or a CEO being friends with a college student. It's hard. You're in two separate areas of life. He may just not have enough in common with them, and they're too close to college girly gossip bitches. And he's just like, those are your friends.
Help him. Has anybody else been in this position where they had a partner that they were dating?
So,
just like,
female 23, boyfriend is 27.
So closed off that they couldn't form connections with like.
I'm surprised he didn't clock the age thing, honestly.
Groups and stuff? I
don't think the age gap is bad in this case. It's just close enough that I can work in a relationship, but I doubt he has anything in common with her friends.
I, 27 female, have been dating my boyfriend, 23 male, for 6 months. The popular saying, opposites attract, definitely applies to us.
You just answered your own question. God damn it. I think it's the opposite, 27 and... Oh, that's even kind of worse. And not worse in a way of like it's inappropriate, but worse in a way that like a 23-year-old dude trying to find things in common with 30-year-olds is probably going to be rough. Welcome to Reddit.
When it comes to our personalities, we're about as complete opposites as two people can be.
You dumb bitch.
I'm an extrovert, don't know a stranger, and love staying busy, whether that means meeting up with friends for brunch, going out on the weekends, or going to different events. He, on the other hand, is a bit of a loner. He likes to stay in, play video games, and just have lazy days around the house.
Because he's still a kid. No, I'm kidding.
I like those days as much.
But no, compared to her, though, he's still like... He's close enough to 18 that he's still going to have some of those habits. But getting closer to 25 when he has to start adjusting some of his behaviors, like he's got to start being more of like a house carer. Like he's got to start like doing like chores, and he should be doing these throughout it. But his main focus isn't taking care of a home or providing for a home. He's still in that I want to be provided for stage. He wants to be provided for and taken care of. He hasn't reached a point where he's like, you know what? I want to take care of you. If her friends are like her, maybe she is all the extrovert he can handle. Yeah, exactly. That too. He sounds like me.
Much as the next person, but I need social interaction to fill my cup.
Yeah, but he doesn't.
I knew all of this going into this relationship.
Then you're the asshole.
Not to this extreme. I knew that he was an introvert and didn't have a lot of friends. I also knew that he hadn't experienced a lot of things in life that I
age gap relationships for 500, Alex. You're just describing the reason why age gap relationships don't typically fucking work out.
Have due to us coming from different backgrounds, and I'm completely fine with that.
I think it's the age difference, girly pop. It doesn't sound like a lot. If it was like a 33-year-old versus a 37-year-old, yeah, that's different. But a 23-year-old versus 27-year-old, you're at two completely fucking different parts of your life. One is fresh out of college, one is looking to be a CEO, basically. It's different worlds. Like, she's gonna want a family. If not now, very soon. He's probably like, I'm only 23, dude. I don't want to have kids yet. Yep, I mean, yet. I don't think she's very smart.
As our relationship has gone on, he has struggled to not just connect, but to even just talk or interact with my friends at all. For instance, during a 2-hour dinner, he didn't speak a single word. Literally, not a single word. He has joined me at large gatherings with all of my friends, more intimate brunches, and a couple of parties, and he will usually sit quietly at a table, disappear to the bathroom, or scroll on his phone and completely disconnect from the conversation going on around him.
There is also avoidant personality disorder.
Don't expect him to be the life of the party or talk.
And then there's also like being overstimulated and having neurodivergencies. And then there's also just like people who just don't want to like engage with certain people. Maybe he's just shy and nervous around a bunch of hot hacks. Maybe he's like, oh my god, all your friends are so hot. Like they're not as hot as you, but they're pretty hot. I'm not used to this, dude. I want to suck all your mommy milkers. Fuck, dude.
Talk anyone's ear off, but I would hope that he would be able to talk to my friends and family and be able to be part of the group. When I
can't. Like, during family gatherings, I don't say a word. I disappear on my phone, too. Like, it just happens.
To my friends, they all say the same thing. He seems nice, but he just won't talk. They all have said multiple times that they would love for him to open up and become part of our friend group. When I bring it up, he just shuts down. He always says that he just needs more time, which I completely understand, but each time he is in a situation to get to know them and talk, it's like he is getting further away from them than he is getting closer.
Then maybe look at your friends. Because, like, why are your friends making him so uncomfortable? Like, that's a good, like, side to look at. So she knows he's an introvert and she takes him to large meetings. I wonder if he could be uncomfortable. Well, because, like, you get comfortable by, like, talking to people and putting yourself out there. But also, like, there's just some things that just can't happen. And maybe the more he's gotten to know your friends, the less he really likes them. But he's just trying to be nice because it's not up to him to decide if you're going to be friends with them or not. And he probably doesn't want to say anything. Maybe they make backhanded comments at him and you're not noticing it. I don't know. There's a lot that could be going on. Maybe they're acting like the boomers who were like, oh my god, if you just like say something. Like the second he like says hi, they're just like, oh my god, look who finally decided to talk to us. I would never fucking talk to you again, bitch.
To them. In brief conversations that we have had, I think he had a rough childhood and that his social anxiety and quietness might come from trauma from that, but it's so hard to get him to open up. When it is just the two of us, he is somewhat more expressive and talkative, but even then, it can be a struggle. I feel like he would greatly benefit from therapy. I'm a big believer in therapy, but I don't even know how to broach the subject without him getting upset or offended. I don't know what to do. I love him, and I want to be.
Hot take. If somebody gets offended because you think that like therapy might be beneficial to them, I don't think it's much of a hot take, but they probably have some issues because that's kind of one of those things where like a lot of people will just like the second you recommend therapy, they just like get into defense mode and go, what, you think there's something wrong with me? And it's like, I mean, yeah, kind of. It's like I mostly mean in the sense of like if I want somebody recommended therapy, it'd be like, I don't think there's anything wrong with you. I just want you to be able to live your life in a fuller capacity. But if it's me pushing my beliefs of how your life should operate onto you, then I don't want to do that. I just thought maybe, therapy is something you might consider, because like if you're having that much distress during social situations, then it's hard. And so I just want to make sure you're okay. If you want to work through it, you can. If not, like, whatever, it's what it is. Maybe they're flirting with him, or he takes it that way and he doesn't want to be a cheater. Yeah.
With him. But when I start to think about how the future will look, I don't know how it will work. My friends are my family. It's not like they're going away. My life will always consist of events and social interaction. I want him to be able to do things with me and be part of my friend group, but I feel like I'm getting to the point that I don't even want to ask him to be a part of these things because I know he's not going to enjoy it. And I start spending more time worrying about how he is doing and not being able to be present in the moment. I don't want or expect him to completely do a 180 and change his entire personality, but I feel like meeting me in the middle by at least being able to interact with my friends isn't too much to ask.
It can be, though, unfortunately, because like she's thinking about how this affects her and how he's being perceived by her friends. And she wants to integrate him into her friend group so that she can both spend time with him and her friends at the same time and not have to sacrifice one or the other. And like, I'm gonna be honest, if you're seeing your friends so often that you feel it necessary to incorporate your partner into your friend group, then you need to take days that are specifically for you and your partner. It's kind of self-centered when you put it like that. Yeah. Also, as an introvert, it's a lot easier to divide up and get used to people bit by bit. Yeah. And so it's just like, I do think that he should take some initiative to be a little bit more honest with her. Does she ever express the concerns and then actually give him time to come around to the idea and initiate conversations on his own terms? It seems like yes. But I also wonder if, like, she mentions brunches, large parties, small parties. Has she ever just had her, like, maybe a couple of her friends over? Like, just two? Maybe one or two? And just, like, had wine and watched a movie with him? Because, like, by 23, he should kind of have a handle on like what situations he's more comfortable with. But I do almost wonder, because of the age gap, if he didn't just start dating her because she was available. That's what I was wondering, to ease him into it. A large group is also harder for an introvert to get used to. Small groups, yeah, you guys see me on collabs. I only collab on stream with larger groups if like my viewpoint benefits the stream at all, or I think anything funny is gonna happen. Because like when I do like collabs with people who are more rowdy, like 3 people or more makes me kind of shut down. So it's one of those things where like I'm better with smaller groups and like I can ease into things, but then at the same time it's just like I can know every single person in a 10-person collab and be best friends with them and shut down the second it becomes a 10-person collab. The second I'm in an MVC. Because there's also the issue of like over talking each other, interrupting each other, and all that kind of stuff. So it gets to be like a little bit iffy. She should be happy he is even going to these things. He may really not want to go and see things, but he puts it, yeah, but also like it's not fun to go to an event. Like if you ask your partner to go to an event and they're like, yeah, sure, and then you get there and then like they don't seem like they're enjoying themselves. I can see where she's going with this to a degree, because I would just be like, I would genuinely feel bad for asking my partner to go. If that was the case, I would feel bad, because like you can only take a negative experience so many times. before it starts to become a problem and you're just like, I don't know if I should continue to pursue this or if I should let you guys figure your shit out, you know? It's like I usually, whenever I ask Teal about stuff, there's some things, because like obviously we're not dating, but there's some things that we compromise on because like I can't drive. So if I need to go anywhere, if I need to go to a store, I had to become comfortable with him just sitting in the car while I would grocery shop or go into Walmart or something. I would have to become comfortable with him just sitting in the car, because at first it was kind of hard for me because I was like, well, now I feel like I'm rushed. Like, you're just sitting out in the car. You're probably bored. You're miserable, blah, 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 blah. And that was me. He could tell me he was fine all he wanted to, but I was putting my own projections and feelings onto him. Being like, well, if you're just sitting in the car, you're bored, you're hot, you're miserable, like, blah, blah, you're probably tired. But then if he would go into the stores with me and he would have no interest in what I was looking at, he would be on his phone just walking behind me, and I would have to constantly look behind me and, like, keep where he is and, like, not get out of sight and all that kind of stuff. And so it's one of those things of, like, all of these things, like, he compromises to take me places that I enjoy because I don't have a choice. And then I had to learn to let go of my preconceived notions about how he felt in the situation. And like, we're just besties. So this can happen in friendships too. And I think there is a really big thing to say about friendships in these circumstances, because this happens with friend groups a lot. Like, somebody will become friends, even in the streaming world or like IRL. Like, you become friends with somebody and you're like, I love this person. They're so cool to talk to. I have a lot of fun with them. And it's like, I think they would do great in my friend group, but they're not really a friend group kind of person. And they're like, well, I just like hanging out with you. Like, I don't really know your friends. And like, I would do that all the time too. But then I would also be on the opposite side of it, like offer to just hang out in the car waiting and be like, nah, it's fine. Yeah, I've done both. Because, like, for my mom, I kind of had to. Because, like, it was an equal trade. Like, she took me to do stuff, and I would go with her to do stuff. Like, does her doing her taxes entertain me? No. Is it a fair trade? 100%. Sometimes you just don't feel like getting out of the car.
I don't know what to do to help him. Is there a way that I can help him? Okay. Thoughts here?
I'm scared of this one.
Who dropped the 5 on the YouTube side says, as a person who is with a quiet person, it really depends on the people.
Yes.
Some people can bring out the quiet. And Angel dropping the 5 on the YouTube side. Why does he have to get to know them?
Exactly.
Bring one extra human over at a time.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Not against him. There's an interesting point. That's an interesting point. Okay. So instead of doing like multiple.
It is on if he is genuinely interested. If he is genuinely interested in, I feel like I feel like that was supposed to be a sub message. Is that cool? Is that supposed to be a sub message? It was goddamn okay. I was like, hold. Okay. Holding. Is that cool, bruh? In all bros, we unite. There's the fish.
Zaku Sound has resubbed for 35 months with message almost 3 years of bruh. Bravo, Zaku Sound. You've witnessed a 3-year-long catastrophe. Why? Only your messed up mind can tell.
Why did that one read fine? Thank you for the resubs, Zaku. Almost 3 years. Let's fucking go. Thanks, bruh. Enjoy your makeout sesh with Pisto. Harsh but true, that's fair. Reunited and they feel so good. Reunited and they touch each other's butts. Ooh, yeah.
people in there. Maybe it is overwhelming for him to have multiple people that he doesn't know as well there. So maybe bring one friend in at a time and experiment, right? See if that helps him open up a little bit there too. But as OP says here, even when they're one-on-one, it's a little bit better, but not a lot. And it sounds.
That's what gets me is like, why, and I say this in like the nicest way possible, but why are they together? If he's only slightly better one-on-one with her, then why are they together? Genuine question. What was the thought process? What brought them together? It's only been 6 months. Like, she knew he was like this from the start. She had to get to know him enough to date him. Or did she just think he was cute? Love from VR. And back, welcome back. I'm curious why they're together if he's only slightly better with her.
It's like there's a rough past contributing to this as well. God.
But she knows about his childhood. So like that means he must trust her to some degree.
I'm sure it's pressure. I'm sure that, you know, this is something that he obviously struggles with, and maybe pressure in general just exponentiates that and just makes him shut down. Now the question is, how do you fix that? How do you move forward from there in a way that
he has to want to
improve upon it, right? Hold up.
I do think it's on him to communicate with that, though. I think it's on him to communicate his needs, but again, he's still young. But I think it's on him to communicate, like, hey, this is what I'm actually feeling, and this is what's going on. And having a traumatic past is a pretty big reason why a lot of people are closed off and they don't form relationships and friendships like they should. Who turned on spell check? So I just wonder.
Not that we need the heat lamps. You're already steaming it up in here, Tater. But it's Tater thoughts. We got to get the heat lamps on. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time today, Candy Thunder.
Oh my God, it's Tater.
Hi. I think social settings are incredibly hard for me to put myself out there and not feel awkward and like think about everything that I'm saying. You know, even just coming on camera in the beginning was very hard. Now it feels like second nature because I've done it so many times, which goes into like what someone said about bringing one friend at a time to get to know them so that they feel comfortable with more than just their partner. And I keep seeing this like 6 months is not that long, but to me that is a long time. Like if I'm going to invest 6 months in a relationship, that's because I see that relationship going somewhere.
Yeah.
But I know after a couple dates whether or not I could see a future with that person, whether or not I'm compatible with that person.
And then everybody's like that, though.
As this situation goes, I think I personally, one-on-one, would need to have more because that's how I emotionally connect with someone.
You would need to have more
conversation
from OPs.
I would need to know more about them. I would need to understand who they are, how they were raised, you know, what they want out of the future, and I would need to connect with them on that emotional level, one-on-one, so that
That's why I'm confused as to like how this relationship started and what it's like behind the closed doors, so to speak, because like they had to have talked to each other enough to think that getting into a relationship was worth it.
I know like exactly who I'm in a relationship with. And if I'm not getting that from someone after 6 months, I would say that we're probably not compatible. But I understand trauma and I understand that, you know, it really shapes who we.
And she's like, the OP isn't going anywhere near like wanting to leave him though. Like she wants to stick with him and she wants to stay with him despite like what's going on. And that's not even a thought that's crossed her mind. So I don't see this as like a super serious thing. She's just trying to get like generalized advice on like how to make things easier. But like at the end of the day, he's the only one that can tell her that. And if he doesn't feel comfortable enough to tell her what's holding him back or like what would help him get familiar with things a little more easily, then that could also be a potential push into the direction that the relationship isn't compatible, because if he can't communicate his needs and he's not willing to get therapy We don't know that yet. It's just she's scared of offending him by suggesting therapy. But if he's not willing to get therapy and he can't communicate his needs, then it's going to be really hard to have a successful relationship with him. And it's going to be really hard for him to have a successful relationship, period. He is when they are alone, because maybe he is open and feels comfy with her, but in her eyes, he doesn't because she is a huge extrovert. Yeah. Like, if she knows about some of his traumas and stuff like that, like, he obviously trusts her.
We are, how our childhood is really shapes, and I'm learning that more. It really shapes who we are as a person. We're basically just grown children who get to do fun things. But I think in this instance, if you truly love this person, I would give them more time, but I would also have, like this is what a relationship means to me, and this is what I need from a relationship to connect with you on an emotional level. Like, the friend stuff can be put aside because that does feel like pressure for someone who is highly introvert. And
pressure would exponentiate that, right?
Yeah, so pressure, like if someone told me that I need you to be more when we're in a public setting,
you'd be less.
I would be less.
Yeah.
I would revert, like I would feel more self-conscious about what I'm doing in that social setting. So I think
because it almost feels like somebody's keeping score. Like, if somebody's putting pressure on you, like, hey, I really need you to go out there and do your best tonight and, like, engage with my friends, then it feels like there's more pressure put onto you, because then it's like, well, this person is going to keep tabs of, like, how many words I say, or, like, what if I say the wrong thing, or, like, what if that's XYZ, and, like, it just feels like it's forcing you into the situation versus trying to make it more accommodating.
I would try to connect more emotionally one-on-one.
Like, my aunt always complains about her husband because he is always kind of quiet in family gatherings, and they've been married for like 45 years. Some people are just like that. Yeah. Forcing versus easing him into the situations. Yeah. And like, some people, like, I'm also like, I shut down at family gatherings, but I get louder at friend gatherings, and sometimes I shut down at friend gatherings. It really depends.
And then introduce them to a friend that I know understands it and gets it, and see if it's even going to work moving forward. But if I'm not getting that one-on-one connection, then there's no point in having the relationship.
Also, like, something else you can focus on is just bare bones. Like, find his likes and dislikes and try to incorporate that. Like, does he love going to the park? Or does he love going to aquariums or zoos or watching movies and then talking about movies afterwards? Like, what gets him chatting? Like, what in your relationship already gets him talking and gets him active?
Because I would emotionally need that.
So a couple of ideas here. And by the way, Joanne Harrison dropped the 5 on the YouTube side, said, my husband used to be an extrovert, but when his MS caused him to have a reduced use of his right arm, he became almost a total introvert.
I get that.
I get that too. Mm-hmm. I mean, something changes, and I'm sure there's a lot going on there.
Yeah. I think going to a dinner for 2 hours and not saying anything and not communicating with the people that are there, even if it's just a couple sentences, that's a lot. That's a lot to deal with in a relationship, which tests.
It's really not, though. It's not a test, and it's not a lot to deal with. It's like, oh no, he just doesn't talk. Oh no. Detrimental.
The compatibility of the relationship.
So, Crystal, you make an interesting point here, and she says, I accept that when I meet Gemma for the first time, I will have to talk to wear a Stitch blow-up costume and probably sit back to back with a door between us. It's okay. I will love it. So,
you're meeting someone where they are.
Knowing that going into it, which Opie knew this going into it, I think if the hope was, look, I know this going into it, and I sort of accept it, but I think I can change it, that may be problematic, right? There's also a side of this where, with the age, for sure, like, small talk is a learned art. Small talk is not something.
Oh my god, they finally noticed the age. Another bit is that some people are just flat out nonverbal, so talking is just not going to happen, but they can communicate in other ways. Yeah. So I did learn recently, and I'm not saying that you're using this incorrectly or anything, but being purely nonverbal, where you don't talk at all, is really hard to navigate, and especially in relationships because you communicate in other ways. But there's selective. His technique. It sounds like you're choosing to, but there's a lot of people moved away from using like. I think there's a really big issue of people flipping between like using nonverbal occasionally and being nonverbal period, because instead of the irony of this is that when you have autism and other mental health conditions, and it's a spectrum of like if you have low needs, high needs, moderate needs, like what your support needs are. But then when you start talking about nonverbal, like that's a spectrum, but then you start talking about nonverbal and it's like, oh, that's not a spectrum. You're either nonverbal or you're selective mutism. And it's like, so that's not a scale? It gets confusing to navigate sometimes, but and like saying selective mutism sounds like you're choosing to be nonverbal in certain instances versus just like situational mutism or something. Mutism. It's hard to like talk about with like clearing factors, but yeah, if people around him and like he gets really overwhelmed and shuts down. Shutting down is a very specific thing. Like having a shutdown where you can't talk and you either have to go to the bathroom or scroll your phone is a big sign of stress without any verbal indicators. What's the word for partially nonverbal, or did I just say it? It is technically, I think it's technically selective mutism, but that just sounds like you're choosing when and when not to talk, when it's a subconscious thing that happens. I think there's a situational word for it, but I don't think it's situational mutism. I don't know, but there is a term for it. It's just like, I don't know. It's the nonverbal, situationally nonverbal is like the best way that I describe it personally, because I did used to get situationally nonverbal a lot when I was unmasking, but I'm better about it now. It still happens occasionally, especially if my stressors are high, and typically it's in like customer service situations. So like I can't always order my own food or XYZ. Like that sounds better than selective. Yeah, selective just makes it sound like you're choosing not to speak versus it being like a situational thing. But I don't know. There's debate about how people use the term nonverbal, and I don't think it's really it sucks. It sucks, dude. Like autism is a spectrum. Blindness is a spectrum. Other mental health conditions are on a spectrum. Nonverbal? That's black and white, baby. It's just like, God damn it. How does that even make any sense?
Something that is not like a skill that people are born with, especially younger people now, because we have this.
It doesn't look like there's going to be an update on this one. No, there isn't.
Maybe find the introvert. Like there's some passed away last year with Mother's Request. So my mom passed away last year with no spot. For you, this one is, am I the astronaut for renting my dead mom's house to a friend when I moved despite my sister's request?
Well, this one's complicated. Spectrum, a metal. But if you're blind, how can you autism? God damn it. But yeah, it's that one's rough. I hope she got the advice that she needed, and I'm curious if they're able to work through it. But I think there's also just like some people just don't mesh well, and trying to force it is only going to make it worse.
So my mom passed away last year with no will. It's just me, female 33, and my older sister who is 50. My sister lives 2 hours away in her own home, and I'm currently living in the house my mother owned. When our mom passed, I told my sister I would assume responsibility of the house and pay all the utilities and home warranty insurance. I'm about to move to San Antonio for a better job opportunity and want to rent the house out to my good friend who I trust so she can take care of the house while I'm gone. She
This is yeah, you kind of got to involve your sister in this. You don't really have a choice. There's no will and you both own the home. I'm concerned why they don't see a problem with this. But also, that it could be a sneaky situation, because with things like that, if you maintain the home long enough, it just becomes yours. Don't think we need any more of this story. And if they can't agree, they probably should sell it and split the money. Yeah. Or let OP use the rental as a way to buy out the sister. Obviously, like, paperwork and contracts need to be put in place. But, yeah, this is, you're the asshole, unless you can change my mind.
You will live there maybe a year. At that time, my boyfriend and I will be more than financially stable enough to live somewhere else, but still pay for everything the house needs. Quick.
It's not a bad plan, but have you discussed this with her first?
Backstory, the house my mom owned is a family home. My great-grandparents built it in the 50s, and we are the only family that has lived in the house. It's a really amazing home. That's really cool. Does anybody else have a family home that, like, your ancestors built? Well,
I wouldn't go so far as to say, like, it's 50 years ago. That's like 2 generations max.
I told my sister I planned to rent the house out to my friend while gone. She absolutely lost her mind and had basically an emotional breakdown.
Yes.
Crying, screaming, and cussing at me, wondering why the hell I would think it would be okay for an outsider to live in our family home. To be honest, I'm thinking all of this in a very logical way, because I don't want to have to pay for all the home expenses while transitioning to a completely new city, a new job, and essentially maybe struggle in the process. I asked her to pay half the expenses, and even though she fought it at first, she agreed. However, time has passed since then, and I'm realizing how absolutely ridiculous it would be to leave our home completely empty for months at a time without anyone being there to upkeep everything. And yeah,
the sister is only 2 hours away. She could make the trip like once every other week and install, like, okay, this is, if this story was like 20 years ago, sure. If this was like 20 years ago, sure. But we have Ring doorbells, Ring cameras, security lights, indoor cameras, outdoor cameras. Is the sister going to, though? Yeah, I would assume. And if she isn't, again, there's things you can do to make sure there's neighbors. Give the neighbors phone numbers, like. I would love to know, like, how far away San Antonio is from the family home. Because if it's, like, too far that you couldn't make it there in 6 hours, then yeah, it is pretty risky. And if something happens, your sister would have to run over there. But again, cameras. Attack dog. But again, cameras. If no one is in the house, not even needs to be done other than make sure there's no squatters, like no squatters, leaks, fires, whatever. But again, that's why you get smart devices. Or, you know, go talk to your fucking neighbor who's taking care of the dogs. Look, he didn't think it all the way through.
Yes, I don't want to pay any bills during this time. I'm planning on just calling my sister soon and telling her that since I assumed responsibility of the house, it's my call to make, and I will be moving my friend in. I don't see.
You assumed responsibility, not ownership. What? You dumb bitch.
Her doing anything besides just hating and resenting me for a while, which honestly I don't care about at this point, since she's viewing this entire situation emotionally and not logically. So, am I the
She's viewing it emotionally because you just sprung it on her and said you were just gonna do it.
asshole for telling my sister to basically go F herself
yes.
so I can rent the house out and not have to worry about it at all? Especially if this is just temporary? Okay,
Here's the thing, though. If the person who's renting the home either damages it needs emergency repairs or like any number of things, it's the same. It's more likely to happen with someone in the home than it is with somebody not in the home. Your logic is flawed. I'm looking at this logically, you dumbass. You fucking dumbass.
Edit, before we get into the edit, what do you think? I think, so what you're...
I think that you guys better say that this person is the asshole.
Her sister is flipping out about OP is the outsider thing, right? If it was another family member, probably wouldn't have an issue at all. It is somebody who's not a family member living in a house that...
Even though you trust somebody that you've like known for years, whatever, that's not to say that they won't try to pull some shit. Like renting out something like a piece of property that means a lot to you. It is a big risky. Thank you. Oh, it smells delicious. I know. I already told Chad I have like 3 glasses, 2 cups, and a bag of pretzels. It was a calculated choice, but man, am I bad at math. Oh god, this is just like, you absolute fucking moron. The logic is flawed. It's more, because like, here's the thing. Renters are more likely to make changes to homes or damages to homes and not fucking tell you about it. And not, they don't want to get in trouble. They don't want to get sued. They don't want to get taken to court. Bitch, you live like, it's not that bad. I literally just, it's just cups on top of my desk. It is like literally a square foot of my desk that gets like cups on it, and then I clean it off. But the thing is, like, it's one of those things of, I don't even know if I can form sentences on this one. I'm just like blown away. You're the asshole for making the plan. Because, like, okay, here's the thing, and I've learned this from personal experience, unfortunately, because I'm also a dumb bitch. I used to think that it was better to come to somebody with a fully formulated plan and answers. So it's like, oh, hey, you're having difficulties taking care of the family dog. You've been talking about adopting it out. Let me talk to one of my friends. And I talked to one of my friends, and I was like, hey, are you interested in adopting this dog? If, and only if, we decide to adopt it out. And the person's like, oh my god, yes. And then I go to that person like, hey, you know how we've been discussing the family dog and the fact that we may not want to keep it anymore? And they're like, yeah. And it's like, well, I talked to my friend and they said they were willing to take it. You throw that shit onto somebody out of the blue, and I've learned my lesson from this. It wasn't as bad as that, but now that person is imagining having to give that dog to somebody else, and you're starting a grieving process that they were not prepared for. Like, the best thing you can do is to go to that person, like, at most, and be like, you know how we've been having a lot of issues, and, like, we haven't been able to, like, take care of Sandy as much as we would like to? And it's like, yeah, and it's like, I think that, like, one of my friends would actually be a really good fit if it ever comes down to us adopting the dog out because we can no longer take care of it efficiently. And it's like, I just want to throw the option out there just in case you want to, like, think it over, or if it gets to a point, at least we have, like, a backup. And then you're not only having to go back to that person and be like, I'm sorry, I jumped the gun. You can't have the dog. And now the other person is crushed that they can't have the dog. Just like this person's probably going to be crushed if you go to them and be like, oh, you know how I said you could rent out the space? Actually, my sister's not okay with the idea. And I bet you were going to give it to them for a deal. So now you're letting down 2 people, and you're also like, your poor sister is like grieving the loss of the house all over again when like she didn't need to go through that to begin with. And you just took shit in your own hands and said, oh, this is how it's going to go. And now your sister's like, whoa, 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 whoa. I don't think if it was another family member, she would have been okay with it. necessarily. I think she might have been better response to it, but throwing it out there that like you're gonna rent the house out without any like permission or planning with the sister herself is making her like imagine the house like going through all these bad situations or like a bad renter or like whatever. It's like the sister doesn't know this person. I think there is a way to recover this and to make it better. And now maybe the friend has to find somewhere else to live because he already broke their, yeah. Like there's a lot to this. And I think like I've learned my lesson on this a lot of ways. I still ask if it's like lighter stuff like, oh, hey, would you be, if I can get everybody together, would you be interested in doing this project with me? Like I wanted to do the VTuber. I wanted to do another different like VTuber awards. And I started a server and everything for it because it's going to start planning things. And then like a month later, somebody announced that they were doing the same thing. So I was like, ah, shit. Okay. But it's like one of those things where like I did ask people if they wanted to be involved in it. And like, if I got it going, would they do X, Y, Z? But me going back and saying, hey, I can't do these anymore isn't going to hurt anybody's feelings. It's just like, it is what it is. Okay, life moves on. Because they weren't relying on me to make this happen. So it's like, if it had been a good opportunity and something that would have benefited the people that were involved, then yeah, it would have been a little bit more like, oh shit. But it's just like one of those things where you're 100% the asshole. You should have 100% approached this differently. And assuming responsibility is not assuming ownership, and you're a dumb bitch.
That has only been occupied by family members at this point. Now, you assumed all of the responsibility of the house to this point. You are keeping that responsibility in there with having your friend move in here because ultimately...
No, because here's the problem. They are not assuming responsibility for the house by having someone else move in. They're having someone else assume the responsibility of the utilities. Nothing has been mentioned about how they would handle, because here's the thing. This person doesn't want to handle the utilities because they can't afford it. So what the fuck happens if the renter damages the house or an emergency repair happens? Because they've already said they're gonna probably struggle while they're in San Antonio. So what the fuck do they expect to happen if there's an emergency repair to the home? Do they even have insurance for it? Like, this is like the least logical thing. Their logic is so flawed, dude.
Only the friend you would be the friend's landlord, right?
Yeah.
And you would still be ultimately responsible for everything. Your
financially,
sister didn't want an outsider to live in there, so the compromise was...
What if your friend loses their job? What if, like, dude, this is really stupid. This is really, really, really stupid. The best thing that they could do is to have the sister rent it out to somebody and handle responsibilities for upkeep, repairs, and maintenance. And take the rental money as payment towards OP buying the house. But like, it really doesn't sound like OP needs to own the house. Like, they don't plan on going back. She just said a year until they're more financially responsible. And can handle the utilities by themselves. Just buy cameras.
To split expenses 50-50 and leave it empty, but then you said, no, that's stupid, screw it. So your options here
Which is also stupid.
To have your friend move in. I mean, I don't know what the legality is here.
Yeah.
Because there was no will left behind, I don't know who has control. In your position, I would say, look, I'm going to have my friend stay there to house
They have joint ownership. They've already stated that.
Living there, view it as somebody house sitting until I come back.
That's not going to help.
Or the other side of it is, if your sister's not comfortable with that, she can pay all of the expenses, which is going to have to include somebody coming by at some kind of periodic interval to make sure everything is okay, because shit can happen to dormant houses, right? Just because you're not there doesn't mean something's not going to happen. Elise Newman dropping the 5 on the YouTube side says, my mom's parents built a home in the 50s with her uncle as a neighbor, and my dad's parents bought it in the 60s. That's how my parents met. That's a Hallmark movie in the making right there, tell you what. There's bound to be a service that can come periodically.
There is.
Like keep up on things. And,
it's called
I mean, there are some options there.
Oh God, what is it? Is it called a brokerage? Like brokerages will do, or property man. You can hire a property management company. However, the problem with that is you can't guarantee that they're going to take care of the property the way that you need them to. So it's not brokerages, it's just property management companies. But like, there's no guarantee that the property management company is going to do what you need them to do. Much less if they piss off one of your tenants and the tenant decides to take it out on your home, you're screwed. You're absolutely fucking screwed, dude.
Like your view on this right now is essentially, look, my friend needs a place to stay. I need someone to look after the house. So for you, it is a house sitter. For your friend, it's a place to rent. But for your sister, it's a violation of like a family bond. But your sister's not there. Does your sister have a family member ripe and ready to move in there? Because you can't leave it empty. Jen, is your sister willing to move
you
there?
You can.
Right. That would be the conversation. Be like, look,
because the sister is only 2 hours away. Even if you don't have it be the sister, you can have it be someone else. Again, have cameras all over the fucking property. Specifically aimed at anywhere water leaks or fires could happen. Like, make sure you have cameras in the fucking bathroom and everything. Like, have cameras. And the sister can either go check on it once a month. If there's nothing on the cameras, just go in, use stuff, check stuff, whatever. And if she's not willing to do it, hire somebody to do it. That's not what OP's motivation is in here. OP's motivation is to get fucking money to fuel their desire to move to San Antonio. They're doing it for 100% selfish reasons. They want to make money off of that property. And I bet you anything, that's like the main reason.
Can't handle this responsibility because I need to do this to progress my life. This is my solution to allow that to happen without having the full brunt of responsibility, but also without having to transfer that responsibility to you. Unless you're willing to take on 100% of the responsibility, which includes not just. I
mean, dumb question. How much are the bills when nobody's living there? Because I can't imagine they're that bad. It's probably just like it's property taxes, insurance. If you decide to keep the electricity on, less than $100 a month. Like, I genuinely wonder how much this property costs, like, per month with no one living in there. Because, like, I can't imagine it's awful.
The utility side of it, but making sure that it doesn't get invaded, making sure that we don't have pipes bursting, making sure that it is taken care of while no one is here. If she's willing to take that on, it's an option, right? Hatter says, what if a homeless person busts into the house and starts a fire and burns the house down and no one was...
That could happen with someone living there too. Get cameras.
There are always those, like an empty house is problematic, right? But you could Airbnb it. So here's a question. If OP were to say, okay, instead of having...
Don't Airbnb it, that's worse. I've seen those TikToks. People treat Airbnbs like hotels, which to be fair, they are technically, but do not Airbnb that. What if the renter starts a fire while cooking? Yeah, exactly. Like, these people are stupid. Not like Dusty and them, but like the people in the post are stupid. Cameras and fire insurance, yeah. Like, Airbnb would be far worse. Yeah.
Having someone live there for a little less than a year, if I turn it into an Airbnb, those people are not living there. They're staying there for like up to a week at a time. Does that make it different? A lot of complications here. Let's dive into the edit. Thanks to everybody who had actual constructive advice to give me. Makes me think like some people
I knew it.
I really appreciate it, and it made me realize we definitely need to get things figured out on paper. And
exactly.
When I texted my sister earlier to tell her I was starting the probate process, she actually admitted she wanted to move back into the house and save us both the hassle of renting. So thankfully, problem
holy
solved.
shit!
I'm
there
happy
you
she's
go.
making this decision, and I know it would be better overall. Again,
holy
thanks to
fucking
everybody
shit,
who saw
dude!
and understood what I was thinking or what I was trying to do, and gave me good advice. Look at that! It all worked out. You know why that question didn't happen in the first place? Maybe sister wasn't ready for that yet, and this just got sprung on her, and she wouldn't immediately be like, "Well, then I'll move back into it." She had to take some time and process that. But no matter.
This was such a stupid one. Like, you would go to the sister first and be like, hey, I need to move back, or I need to move to San Antonio for XYZ. I had a couple of ideas of what to do about the house, but I wanted to know what you were thinking and what you think we should do with the house, because, like, just extending that olive branch can change a person's entire reaction.
No matter what, getting the paperwork figured out here is a damn good idea, because
I knew it wasn't because it was an outsider.
You have 50-50 liability as well, right? Get the paperwork figured out. But yes, happy ending. Happy ending. You don't have that immediate worry. I think you still have a long-term worry. 1,000 things can go wrong there. I think ultimately, I think this goes to an NTA for me, because she was open to alternatives.
No. The asshole. For the OG post. For the OG post with no extra context. 100% was the asshole. The asshole.
Yes, the sister had a protest to it, but didn't have a solution to it yet. At the end,
they're lucky that the sister came around and they're able to talk it out. This could have gotten really nasty.
When the sister presented a solution to it, OP accepted. So they were both amenable to a compromise at some point here. It just took some work to get there. And
no, because OP was just like up their own ass and wanted to make money off the property. And
compromise is like
I swear,
that, right? Sometimes
that's what
you
it
have
was.
to struggle through to be able to see an opportunity open up that does link to a solution, and that's what happened here. So I don't think there was anything malicious behind it. She was really trying to do what was best for the family and for the house and for herself. Her original idea here didn't ever fathom that
the logic was flawed.
Sis would be willing to move back into the house until she brought it up. So I'm
didn't
going
even
into
ask.
here. It all worked out for everybody.
No, she should have fucking. They should have fucking asked. That's the thing. You're the asshole for assuming. You're the fucking asshole for assuming. Just fucking ask people. Communicate. Holy fucking shit. OG was the asshole, but when they actually freaking talked, they were able to be an asshole themselves. No.
Still, strongly advised getting the paperwork handled out to rule out any potential future problems, right?
Yeah. I just... Does this have to play after every video?
Hey there, it's Dusty Thunder with yet another story for you. This one is from AITA, and it's titled, Am I the Astronaut for Making Cinnamon Bread for My Sisters-in-Law When My Mother-in-Law is Allergic to Cinnamon?
Yes. No, if you gave it to them privately. Yes, if you gave it to them in the same room.
I, female 22, have jumped on the sourdough bread train. Hey, oh, real broad. I now make the bread we eat instead of buying it. And when I make a loaf of bread, I post a picture of it and post it on my story. I've had several people slide up and say they would love a loaf, including my in-laws. Right now, we are home visiting our family. I brought my starter and baking supplies to make loaves for the family who have asked while staying at my mom.
Am I the astronaut? No, astronaut. So his like branding is space themed. And so instead of astronaut, it's astronaut. Just to put some sort of variation on there. But yeah, his whole stuff is like, it's weird because like his whole branding is like astronaut in space, but then his name is Dusty Thunder. So, I don't know. Conflicting branding, but I get it.
For my in-laws, I made 3 loaves. The sister-in-laws, high school age, wanted a cinnamon swirl loaf, so that's what I made for them. My mother-in-law says she's allergic to cinnamon, so I made her 2 small loaves, regular and cheddar jalapeno. There we go. She did make something for mother-in-law. She didn't just say, screw you. I baked her loaves first to avoid any cross-contamination.
Okay.
And I wrapped the cinnamon
so far, so well.
and put it in its own container separate from the loaves that would go to mother-in-law. When I dropped them off, I made sure to tell them that 1 loaf was cinnamon. Okay. Took every precaution. Was very
a little iffy on the end here of like, I made sure to tell them that 1 loaf was cinnamon. Who's them? Because unless it was the mother-in-law, then that's just a recipe for disaster because human error. They could 100% forget. Which loaf, yeah.
Very careful. Made her something different. Made her 2 somethings different. Like I feel like went above and beyond right now. Today, while we were there, mother-in-law cut herself a slice of the cinnamon bread, saying she wanted to taste it. All of us said that she really shouldn't since she's allergic to cinnamon. She said she would avoid the cinnamon swirl and just eat the plain bread. After more protest.
Why wouldn't you just do that with the other loaves? Oh. This mother is just stupid.
It was clear that she was not going to listen. She ate it, said it was good, and cut another slice. After a while, nothing happened. My husband and I assumed that maybe she isn't as allergic as she thought, and everything was fine. We went back to my mom's house, and an hour later, both of our phones started blowing up. Mother-in-law says I gave her horrible diarrhea with my nasty bread.
Go to hell, bitch. Go to hell.
And is now claiming that I tried to poison her by giving them bread that has cinnamon in it. What?
Go to hell.
Hold on. So
go to hell, dude.
Not only made her other kinds of bread because she's allergic to cinnamon, made sure you labeled and identified which one had cinnamon in it so she wouldn't get into it. And then when she was talking about wanting to taste the cinnamon bread and cutting herself slices, everybody there was like,
bitch.
Don't do it. And she's like, I'll stay away from the cinnamon swirl. Eats it. And then it's like, yummy.
Thank God it was just like an intolerance and not a full-blown anaphylactic allergy.
Anyway, and then she
oh my God.
She's like, I blame you. What?
Thank God.
I don't think that's how life works, mother-in-law. We may have to hit the bizzo button here. My husband has pressed that I did everything that I needed to do to keep the bread separate, and that eating the cinnamon bread was 100% her choice.
Base husband.
Now my husband's grandma are adamant that I shouldn't have brought cinnamon bread into the house at all, and I should have just told my sister-in-laws no. I thought bringing it would be fine. I've been there plenty of times when sister-in-laws had cinnamon rolls on the stove or snickerdoodle cookies in a jar. I assumed that she wouldn't even touch the container because as far as I had seen, she didn't touch the other stuff. OP, there's no way that you could have...
She was begging for that one. You put rat poison on the counter and say that it's poisoned and an adult with full control of their faculties has it. That's how, Hot take. Make another loaf of bread as an apology and put cinnamon on it. I am curious if this is one of those instances where like she wanted an allergy to feel special, because diarrhea isn't exactly, she could have gotten that from anything. Or maybe she just doesn't like cinnamon. I'm curious. If that wouldn't get somebody thrown in jail, I would say they 100% should do that.
Have known that your cinnamon swirl bread was your mother-in-law's kryptonite because you've never been in this scenario before. There's no way that you could have known that she was going to throw caution to the wind and eat the one thing she's not supposed to eat twice while
never had anybody in. Yeah,
everybody's telling her not to do it. That is not your fault. It's not your fault. It's like the whole hot stove analogy, but it's like you put a big blinking sign above it that you're like, hey, the stove is hot, don't touch it. This is the stove that is hot, that you know is hot, so don't. And mother-in-law,
who knows what should she eat? Yeah.
And you're like, no, it's hot. And she's like, but
I wanna.
And then she's like, that wasn't so bad. Let me do the other hand. And she's like, why didn't you
tell me it was hot.
I'm sorry. I thought you as a grown-ass woman would have some kind of self-control, you dumb bizzo. Let's do it. Bizzo. In other news, now you know what her kryptonite is. Cinnamon raisin bread. Or maybe it's the raisin part of it. I don't know. You made other bread for her. And that wasn't kryptonite, it was just this one. And the fact that you, as evidence, have stated...
The fact that she did it in front of everyone, though? Bizzo, it's because they can't say bitch. They stay pretty censored on that one. The fact that she did it in front of everyone is what weirds me out about it even more. Like, what? Why? Nuggy.
You have seen cinnamon rolls over there on the stove before. You've seen snickerdoodles in the jar, which, by the way, love snickerdoodles. I do love cinnamon. Who'd thunk it? I just always mentally associate cinnamon on its own with the nasty cinnamon. I can't do it. This is not your fault, OP. Where does... Okay.
It's unbearable to be around.
Right. My mother-in-law called up her mom, of course. Gave her her side of the story. That's why she's involved now. So her vote kind of doesn't count here, right?
Wait, that's weird. Wait, why are you going to her mother to tattle on her? What? We're just going to make an assumption. A 60-year-old woman going to her son's wife's mother to tattle on her is kind of weird as fuck. I need to know the ulterior. I need to know the alternate motives for this because something is weird. This whole thing is weird.
But how? How is anyone going to accept this narrative? Everybody has to understand this. Your sisters-in-law, they certainly understand. They were there. Your husband was there. He backs you up. He's like, you did everything you could. You can't stop people from being dumbasses. Dumbass gonna dumbass.
That's just really weird.
What are you gonna do? And it's somehow your fault. I'm like, yeah, it was so nasty you ate a second slice. Yes, you have to take more drastic measures next time, OP. You have to forcefully remove it from her hands as she's trying to put it in her mouth. And if you don't make it in time, and she's already got it in her mouth, dig it out. Dig it out. Perform a forceful Heimlich, and make sure she does not ingest.
Dude, that was just so weird.
Bread.
That's so weird, dude. That was just really weird.
Hey there, it's Dusty Thunder once again with another story for you. This one is Am I the Astronaut for bringing over another woman over a month after my wife broke up with me, but was still sharing the house?
Jury's out on this one. It depends on why your wife broke up with you. Wait, why was it a breakup and not a divorce? This one's weird.
Hold on. My wife told me she wanted a dissolution right after New Year's.
What?
We had already decided that she would move in with her parents, but 2 deaths in her family made her postpone telling anyone of her decision for several weeks, so she stayed in the house for a while. After 1 to 2 weeks until mid-February, I asked her if she was happy with her decision and if she still wanted to break up with me. She reiterated each time that she was sticking with her choice. We were absolutely single, and we were nothing more than roommates. That's important. We didn't even talk except for things relating to the divorce. Just acted like ships passing in the night. I actually think that statement means something more than you think it means right now, OP. Ships passing in the night is like nighttime lovers. It was absolute torture for me, but I accepted and respected her decision, even though I disagreed with it.
Okay.
For context, we had been in therapy for about 1.5 years, and we're in a really bad rut for the last 12 plus months.
Okay.
I kept wanting to push through it. She said she ran out of steam. In that year, my wife had encouraged me to date and have sex with other women because it would be a load off her shoulders. I'm trying not to say it. I'm really trying not to say it.
You're gonna be separate? Yeah, but they didn't say separate. They used the words disillusioned and breakup. It's just a really weird way to word it. I guess that was her New Year's resolution. Maybe. She probably was like in that. They probably did that whole thing where it's like, I'll give therapy a year, and if we're still not in a better spot after that, then it's just going to have to be over. But if I have to read into it, what Dusty is probably trying to insinuate is that she's dropping hints or something. I'll hold off her face. She's like dropping hints or something that he's missing, but if they've been in therapy for a year and she still can't communicate with him, then that's just her own problem.
Okay. She later admitted in her divorce letter that she did that unknowingly at the time so I would fall for them and break up with her instead. So I would be the one to move out, so that she wouldn't regret her decision to leave if she ended up unhappy.
Oh my God, these people suck.
By late January, I had met another woman and started hanging out with her. After a couple of weeks, by mid-February, I asked my wife if I could bring a guest over. She said, sure, whatever, so I did, and we went to my room. My wife knocked on the door and said she was leaving for the night to give us privacy. I didn't think anything of it, but since then, several of our mutual friends have said it was a dick move. I really upset her, and I feel bad now for hurting my wife. She moved out a couple of weeks later. Am I the astronaut? I truly didn't think she felt anything towards me. I had weeks of reiteration that we were single. I was just trying to move on. I really feel bad for hearing that I upset her. There are a couple of edits here, but before...
He's got a good heart. I'm a little concerned about the 1 month part. It's good to be unfaithful when not actually divorced yet, because that can go bad legally. Yeah. Or it's not good to go. Yeah. I just... He's just dumb. He's got a good heart on him, though. The fact that he, like, still cares enough about her. The only thing I'm concerned about is he's either trying to cope with these other women, or it's a little bit concerning that it was so easy for him to sexually engage with somebody else, possibly emotionally, after 30 days of being quote unquote separated, because like they did say 12 months of therapy and like they've been sleeping in separate bedrooms, but that's 12 months of therapy that they're still trying to work through and stay together through versus... Oh, he put unfaithful in quotes. Yeah. He put unfaithful in quotes. So he meant like quote unquote unfaithful, because in the eyes of the law, a lot of states will see you date if you date while you're separated. Certain states will see it as being unfaithful and will reward the other partner. No matter who's actually in the wrong, they'll reward the other partner with more or alimony or whatever, because you technically cheated on your marriage because it was a legal sanctioned marriage and you weren't legally divorced yet. So that's why he put unfaithful in quotes, is he knows. So, but also, out of the context of a divorce and 12 months of therapy, if your partner tells you to go sleep with other people, I would not. Like, even if it's like fresh or it's only been a week or like whatever, depending on how long you've been together. Because if you guys are just having a rough patch, this couple was having way more than a rough patch. If you guys were just having a rough patch, though, and like you got into a fight, and like, you know, those people that like, oh, they get into a fight, it's like, oh, I'm breaking up with you. And it's like everything happens in the heat of the moment. Don't just immediately go and sleep with somebody. Sleep on it first. Like, put your ass in bed and go the fuck to bed, and then wake up and see if either one of you has changed your mind. People have got to stop doing shit within like 12 hours of like something happening. There is an important, always sleep on big stuff like that. Like, your first initial reaction is not going to be your true reaction. The dude heard that from his wife and was like, F yeah, okay. Yeah, that's why I'm like a little concerned about it. A little. because he seems to still genuinely care about her. So either he was using that woman as a rebound to try to like force his feelings away from his wife, or he just didn't really care that much to begin with. Like, I don't think he doesn't not love her, because he really feels genuinely bad for hurting her feelings. Let's meet up to get more in the divorce. But it's one of those scenes of like, this is, they're both in the wrong here. I don't think he's necessarily in the wrong for doing it. I think he's dumb for bringing them to the house or even mentioning it to her or like anything like that. Cause like, that's kind of weird. Why did you want to bring a first date back to your home where your wife lives with you? Like, especially enough to go into your bedroom while your wife is in the house. Just this whole thing is weird.
Before we get into the edits, I'm confused. Okay.
No, you're not.
By the way, Nary.
No, you're not confused. You understand. And you're confused as to how he can be this. I don't know.
A mention of if he told this new person that he was dating that he was taking her to the house he still lived in with his soon-to-be ex-wife, still uses this.
Also the fact that like she felt quote unquote comfortable enough to like go knock on the door to let him know that she was leaving to give them some privacy. Like that was like a one more chance situation. She was giving him the chance to not go through with this. But I think they were both like, the unfortunate thing about why it's so recommended to go into other houses or something when you break up or divorce is because, one, you can fall back into old habits. And two, because of that too, it makes it incredibly harder to move on. Specifically for at least one of the people involved. It makes it incredibly hard to move on and to just like live your life like you're single. And you're always going to have that there. No guy would see that as one last chance. They would see it as, okay, you're leaving. See what you mean what you say. Yeah, okay, you say that though, but there's neurotypicals are different than us. But like at the same time, it's one of those things of like, what she's using it for and what he is using it for are two completely different things. And like I said, everybody sucks in this situation. I'm shocked that they went through 12 months of therapy and they still can't talk to each other. Like that, if you've made it to like the 3-month mark and there's no progress, you need to find another therapist. Or you need to find someone else to talk to because like it's clearly not working. Like, if you still can't communicate your needs and your wants and what you're going through emotionally after 12 months of therapy, and you're still using indirect passive communication to try to get your point across, you had the wrong therapist. And it really sounds like these two really still loved each other. But because nothing was changing, they resorted to drastic measures versus, just fucking talking to each other. It sounds like she still loved him and he still loved her enough that they care about each other and hurting each other's feelings and not leaving each other. And all of a sudden, no, they needed they needed a therapist. I don't know. If you can't I feel like there needs to be a progress tracker for therapy so that you can know if your therapist or you or someone else is because they both willingly went to non-court ordered therapy for 12 months. They chose to go to therapy together. I bet they didn't do individual therapy, which probably would have significantly helped. Because if you do couples counseling, you should do individual therapy on top of it. Because what can end up happening is that you can discover that your partner is a toxic piece of shit through therapy. And your therapist is probably the best person to tell you that they're a toxic piece of shit.
Broke up terminology, so maybe a legal separation there, but his conversation.
That's where the broke up part. That yeah, it's weird wording. I don't know, dude.
Conversations with his wife reinforced the fact that they were single. She encouraged him to date and sleep with other people, and he.
But because she had ulterior motives. She wanted him to sleep with other people so she could get over him quicker. But the problem is that she didn't really want to get over him in the first place.
He did ask her if he could bring someone over, and she said, sure, come what may. She can't agree to this.
No, 100%. Yeah, she can't agree to it and use it against him. However...
Okay, edit.
However...
The dissolution paperwork had already been filed and accepted.
Oh, that's what they call it. Okay.
We have a court date in a couple of weeks to finalize it. I still love her so much and do not want to separate.
See?
But she has even still recently reiterated that we were not compatible. Just a waiting game now, I guess. And a lot more processing.
But not compatible in what way?
Before I get into the last edit here, something...
Is it? Are you guys not compatible because you can't read her backwards, like passive, like indirect communication? Is that the problem? Because that's fixable. With guess what? An actual therapist that can actually help you. Because like I said, it just does not sound like these two actually wanted to disillusion or divorce. Neither of them, it sounds like neither of them wanted to. And I don't know, dude. She needs individual therapy.
About what he's...
And they both need a better couples therapist.
What OP said about their therapy made me think of something we saw on Temptation Island. It sounds here like OP needs more time to push through whatever OP needs to push through, and OP's wife was out of time, like had run out of steam, she said. So that's where this is problematic, is like one person needs more time to work through issues, another person is out of time. They're done. And that's where she was at. However, this whole maybe seeing you with someone else ignited something in her where she did get hurt and she did care.
Yeah.
And maybe even though her words were to the contrary, maybe that feeling was a surprise to her. And she vented to her friends about it. But now it's coming back to you and you feel bad about it. Like, your relationship is a mess, sir. I don't, this whole thing is a mess. Here's edit 2. People are asking how I would feel if she brought a man over. Obviously horrible.
Yeah.
I'm not the one that wanted to break up, and I've made it very clear for weeks that I want to continue trying to save the marriage or relationship. I would have not brought the new woman over if I had any reason to think my wife actually still cared about me. Clearly we had communication issues, hence the therapy. And I was too broke to go to a hotel. I'm on single income now. There's a lot of contradiction going on here.
There's so much.
First of all,
there's so much going on here. This needs a professional reaction. There's... Ooh.
First of all, Candy Thunder has thoughts. First of all, you say that you still love your wife.
Yes.
And you still want to make it work.
Yes.
Then why date someone else?
Because he thought there was no hope and he had to move on somehow.
Why date someone else to the point where you're bringing them back to your house? And if you are still...
Yeah, honestly, he's kind of a slut. Putting out on the first date? What a hoe. What a hoe.
Love with your wife and you do want to make it work somehow. I feel like you dated someone else and brought them back to the house just to make her jealous, to see if that would work.
Yeah, it's torn between like intentional jealousy. I feel like if that was the case though, he wouldn't have actually slept with her. He would have been like, oh, my wife is leaving. I'm sorry. I'm just really not feeling this right now. And wouldn't have actually slept with the woman. See, oh, it might be. Yeah, it's going up and down. Let me kill the YouTube stream and see if that